Munira for seconding. Honorable members, good morning. I wish to take this opportunity to thank and welcome you to today's meeting. The main agenda of this meeting is to fit the nominee for the position of Chief Officer in the Ministry of Health as follows. 1. Lynn Kitui, Public Health and Sanitation. 2. Dr. Benison Wambua, Medical Services. 3. Angry Kinyalili Kamba, Drugs and Medical Supplies. Honorable members, the Sectoral Committee on Health and Sanitation is established pursuant to Standing Order 190, which also sets out the mandate of the committee to vet and report all appointments where the Constitution or any law requires the County Assembly to approve, except those under Standing Order number 185. Honorable members, Section 45(1) of the County Assembly of the County Government Act 2012 establishes the office of the County Chief Officer, who shall be nominated by the Governor and approved for appointment by the County Assembly. The approval of the nominee by the County Assembly is guided by the provision of Public Appointment Approval Act number 5 of 2017 and the County Assembly Standing Orders among other laws. Honorable members, in adherence to the provision of Section 6(1) of the Public Appointment Approval Act, His Excellency, the Governor of Kitui County, on 19th December 2022, forwarded the name of persons nominated for appointment as County Chief Officers to the County Assembly. The above Chief Officers were part of the forwarded list. Honorable members, on 16th January 2023, the Speaker of Assembly delivered a communication to commit the names of the nominees for vetting to various County Assembly Sectoral Committee. The names of the 3 nominees were committed to the Committee on Health and Sanitation for approval hearings. This was done in adherence to provision of Section 7(1) of the Public Appointment Approval Act. Honorable members, Section 6(3) of the Public Appointments Approval Act further provides the clerk shall notify the public in writing of the time and place for holding the approval hearing. In this regard, the clerk published an advert on 23rd January 2023 in the local dailies and notified the public of the time and place for holding the approval hearing of the nominee in accordance with the requirement of Article 196 of the Constitution and Section 63 of the Act. The committee thus is properly seated for the exercise. Honorable members, in accordance with the requirement of Section 710 of the Public Appointment Approval Act, the clerk, through an advertisement published on 23rd January 2023 in various local diaries, also invited public to submit memorandum contesting the suitability of the nominee to be received on or before 26 January 2023 by 5 p.m. As at the close of the deadline, no memorandum had been received. Honorable members, in compliance with the requirement of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity, the clerk also wrote to relevant bodies, those being the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Higher Education Loan Board, Kenya Revenue Authority, the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, and the Credit Bureau, seeking the relevant information relating to the nominee. This information was received and will be shared in due course. Honorable members, in conducting the approval hearing, we are expected to focus on the candidates' academic credentials, professional training and experience, personal integrity and background. We shall also consider the procedure used to arrive at the nominee. Honorable members, upon conclusion of the approval hearing, the committee shall proceed to prepare a report for tabling in the Assembly in accordance with the requirement of Section 9 of the Public Appointment Approval Act. Thank you. I thought it was wise to give that communication to you members. At this point, I request Sergeant at Arm to call the nominee, please. Welcome our nominee. Are you Lynn Kitui?
Yes, my name is Lynn Kitui.
Thank you. Clerk, kindly, and the Minister oath.
I, Lynn Kitwan, do swear that the information that I have given in this County Assembly Sectoral Committee on Health and Sanitation regarding matters before the committee's consideration shall be the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. At this point, I want to request members we introduce ourselves so that we know each other. Starting with myself, I'm Honorable Bernard Mwangangi Munyasya, Chair of Health and Sanitation Committee, representing people of Mwingi Central Ward. Thank you, Vice Chair.
My name is Boniface Jalokimuli, MC Akansiku Ward. I'm Vice Chair of Health Committee, and I declare I have no interest in this process. That is conflict of interest. Thank you. Chair.
I am Joseph Kasunkavula, MCA Weta Ward, a member in Health Committee, and I declare I don't have any conflict of interest.
Good morning, Madam Lynn. My name is Titus Kasinga. I represent the people of Mone Ward in this County Assembly of Kitui, and I'm a member of the Health and Sanitation Committee. Welcome.
Morning, Lynn.
Morning.
I am Honorable Munira Mohammed. I'm nominated MCA Township Ward. I am a member of this committee, and I declare no conflict of interest.
Good morning, Madam Lynn.
Good morning.
Yes, my name is Madinga Munyao, MCA Zombe Muteka Ward, member of this committee. I declare I have no conflict of interest.
Good morning, Madam Lynn.
Good morning.
My name is Dr. Mbuno, representing people of Endau Mandalani Ward, a member of this committee. I declare to have no conflict of interest in this exercise.
Yes, good morning, Lynn.
Good morning.
My name is Kimansi Mwange, member for Sekuru, member of this committee. I have no conflict of interest in this matter.
Through the chair, Madam Lynn, my name is Hussein Mwandia. I'm an elected member of Ikuda Ward. I'm a member also of this committee, and I've got no conflicting interests. Thank you.
Through chair, I'm Matthew Ngovi, representing the great people of Cholune in Kitui East. I'm a member of this committee, Health and Sanitation Committee, and I have no conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Let our secretariat also introduce themselves.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Esther Mwele, first clerk assistant
On my immediate left is Madam Mercy Mbinya, First Clerk Assistant. And then also we have our Hansard editor, Senior Hansard Editor, Noreen Kadheu. Next to her is a Communications Officer, Lynn Zambi. And with us also is the Sergeant at Arms, Eric Kasimbi. And also we have Clerk Assistant, Chris Mwangangi.
Thank you. Honorable members, this is a friendly interaction. All questions and answers should be directed through the chair. I will guide the proceedings. Honorable members, as stated earlier, standing on Order 195 mandates the committee to vet and report all appointments where the Constitution requires the County Assembly to approve. The purpose of the vetting exercise is to ascertain the suitability of the nominee to discharge the responsibility to the public office for which he or she has been nominated to. We are therefore within the law and can now proceed. I also want to recognize Mheshimiwa Nzavo, who is a friend of this committee. Welcome, Mheshimiwa. Madam Lynn, please give us your ID and the other documents, certificates. Madam Lynn Kitwan.
Yes, Chair.
Briefly introduce yourself and touch on the following key issues. Your name, family background, academic background, professional background, and experience.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Lynn Kitwan. I am a bona fide daughter of Kitui County. I come from Kitui East constituency, rather known as sub-county now. And I come from Endau Malala. Brother, no children. I have my maternal grandparents as my guardians. That is what I term as my family and my one and only brother. Moving on to my education background. I finished my primary school in St. Michael Primary School here in Kitui County. Then moved to high school in Teresa de Lima Girls, which is in Chumbi, Makutano Junction. I got a good grade, and I proceeded to the Technical University of Kenya, formerly known as Kenya Polytechnic, where I landed a job course, or rather a government-sponsored course, which was medical lab and medical lab sciences. I did my course for 4 years, graduated in 2015. Then I think from there I will juggle in between my education and my work experience after my first degree. After my first degree, I got a job with a private lab, which is known as Pathologist Lancet Kenya. I have worked with Pathologist Lancet Kenya ever since 2015 until 2021. I would say that is an approximate of 5-6 years of working with a cutting-edge laboratory. I wouldn't say it was anyone's day-to-day lab, I would say that, because we also had research going on there as well. So apart from the usual diagnostics, we also had research going on. And that is what that is what I had for the 5 years in Lancet, Kenya. While I was at Lancet, I enrolled for a master's, which is still ongoing. Master's in infectious diseases and vaccines that I enrolled at Jomo Kenyatta University, or rather JKUAT. While still working for Lancet, I also took up a professional certificate with the University of Washington. That was during the pandemic time when we were all indoors, and I actually took that course online. So the course was on leadership and management in health. In 2021 December, I left Lancet for Metropolis Star Labs. I went to Metropolis Star Labs to be a senior scientific officer there until date. Thank you.
Thank you for that information, Madam Lynn. Madam Lynn Kitwan,
yes,
please
Chair.
confirm whether you meet constitutional and statutory.
This is regarding matters before the committee's consideration shall be the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay, thank you. I have a communication to make. Honorable members, our nominee and members of service, we are meeting here to conduct vetting for the nominee to the position of Chief Officer for Culture, Gender, Social Services, whose name was committed to the Committee on Culture, Youth, Sports, Gender and Social Services. The committee is mandated to carry out this vetting by standing orders number 190/5F, which mandates a select committee to vet, report on all appointments where the Constitution or any other law requires the County Assembly to approve, except those under Standing Order 185, Committee on Appointments. Honorable members and our nominee, the sole purpose for this vetting exercise is to ascertain the suitability of the nominee to discharge the responsibilities to the public office she has nominated by His Excellence Honorable Governor. So, Madam Bretta, feel relaxed and you are very much welcome. So kindly, I wish to introduce honorable members of the committee to you. And kindly, honorable members, when you are introducing your names, you say your ward, where you come from, and then you declare whether you have conflict of interest with the nominee. Okay, starting with myself, I'm Judy Diwanza, representing New Ward from Mwingi Central, and I'm the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Kitui. I'm a vice chair of this committee.
Thank you. Mrs. Bretta Mwikali Mwangangi, please submit to this committee your original academic certificates, certified copy, photocopies of your academic certificates, and your clearance certificate from the clearance bodies. Yes, please, Mr. Honorable Jeremiah.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Madam Bretta Mwikali Mwangangi.
Yes, sir.
You have been nominated to the position of Chief Officer, Department of Culture, Gender and Social Services.
Yes.
Now, it is very clear that participatory planning and implementation require the involvement of concerned stakeholders in your department. And this includes identifying public concerns and values and developing a broad consensus on planned initiatives. Because some of the programs in your department are not fully devolved and they affect the people of Kitui County. Kindly, how will you address such problems?
Thank you, Honorable Jeremiah Mutua. I have heard your question very well, and I'll try to explain. And from your question, sir, I think this calls for public participation. In the Constitution of Kenya 2010, we should allow all members of the public to take part in decision making. When I go to the national values and principles of governance, that is the national values, Article 10. It calls members for democracy and public participation. That is participation of the people. And therefore, I hope, sir, Honorable, with the public participation and involving people in decision making will augur well with the question that you have asked me. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another question to our nominee, Bretta Mwikali Mwangangi. Cultural festivals bring people together and they create social solidarity and cohesion among communities that includes the people of Kitui County. What plans will you put in place to make this event an annual and a visible event in Kitui County?
Annual and?
Sorry, let me repeat my question again. Cultural festivals, they bring people together and they create social solidarity and cohesion among communities, including the people of Kitui County. What plans will you put in place to make this event an annual and to be visible in Kitui County during your tenure of 5 years as a CEO of this department?
Thank you. I think I now understand your question. If I don't understand it very well, I will try. Cultural festivals, I know that they bring people together. And when we hold them annually, we shall have interaction of people from different counties, hence earning our county some revenue. And therefore, what I'll try to do as the CEO, if you people approve my nomination, I'll work hand in hand with this committee through Madam Chair, so that whenever I have my annual budgetary allocation, you people can approve it for the betterment of Kitui County. So I want to commit myself to working with this committee, madam, and also working with all the members of the county assembly, so that you can help me. And helping me is passing my budgets whenever I bring them, and what do I say? Whenever I bring my budgetary allocation, that you people approve them, and I know that I'm committed to work together with you to make sure that cultural events, cultural festivals in Kitui County will be of life and will earn the county a lot of revenue. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, okay. Honorable Chair, before we proceed, allow me to have a follow-up question on that one, so that our nominee can capture something correctly. Madam Bretta, I know and I wish that you have interacted with the annual development plan that was going some weeks, just a week ago. And you saw the budgetary allocation to one department. My specific question is, how many cultural festivals do you think as a CEO you are going to place per year in Kitui County? How many functions?
Okay, I can try to place 2 so that you can have one as a county, and then the other one that will involve all the counties. That's why I was saying that it will earn the county some revenue, because when people from different counties come to Kitui, at least the county will earn some revenue. And probably when we go elsewhere, that same county will earn some revenue. So what I'm trying to say is that we shall have one as a county, and as a CEO, we shall plan for a national one that will involve the 47 counties.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Before we continue, I want to recognize the presence of our speaker. That's our speaker, Kinengo. And then I recognize the presence of our honorable member, Kasioka. Our honorable member, Matinyani, who is very smart. Okay, thank you. Before we continue, I think Ms. Bretta Mwangangi, this is your area where you are being vetted. So kindly avoid mostly saying you're trying. I think you are giving us what you know, because I know you know. So believe in yourself. And I told you to relax. You've been a teacher. Nothing than what you teach. That is what we are doing now. Just relax.
Thank you, madam. I will not try, I will do.
You'll do it, because I know you can. Because I know you can. Let's continue. We have Honorable Dangara.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you so much, Madam Bretta Mwikali.
Yes.
You know, I know you're Kamba, all right? And maybe you would have started by singing us one of the cultural Kamba songs. But let's not go there. You know, this department is a very lively department. And I think you know that.
Yeah.
You know, culture is very, very strong in our people. And whenever, even if you go to work, even people when they were going to work, even in the shambas, they used to do music so that they get motivated to work. Even today, when you are a teacher in class, in the evening, you feel like you go and relax somewhere. Yeah. You do it through music. So this department like agrees to a machine. Culture is like that. It is the engine that makes the society move. Now, I want you to understand that, because people tend to think that this is a department which is a bit low as compared to the others. So I want you to take it with a lot of seriousness. Let me come to my question. Now, Kamba dance is known all over the world. Like we have Uganda, the Bagandas, with their chin dance, the way they shake their waists. Kambas are like that. And that's a department where you are. But Uganda dance is more conspicuous in the world than it is to Kambas. That's a weakness. Now, as a Kamba and a person who has a very strong people, cultural ties around their dance that can be sold over the world, what are you going to make sure that we manifest Kamba, this Kamba dance, into the world like it is in Uganda? That's number one, Kamba dance. Number two, there's modern dancing, which is maybe modern music. We have music that is universal, but we have cultural music, modern music, like we have Benga. Kitui is the den of Benga music, and Ukambani on that matter. You realize that the cultural modern dance of South Africa is known all over, and those moves are danced all over the world. Kamba is also very strong. Benga music is very strong also in the world. If you as a cultural ambassador, you as a person who has been given that mandate to promote our culture, you are able to sell this. Now, Kitui and Ukambani also is the home for Benga music. And we have so many young people who can do that. What are you going to do so that our people are able to benefit economically from this kind of strength that we have? 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dagara. I want to say that my department, Culture, Gender and Social Services, is a strong department. People may think that it's a weak department or it may be low. They can be wrong. It is a very, very strong department. I have heard your question very well. I like music, and I know that the traditional culture, music and dance can never be separated. These are often inseparable. Why do I say that? It's because music gives life to dance, and dance itself energizes music. And therefore, as a Kampa woman and as a person in charge of my department, I will see to it that we enhance Kamba culture. We do a lot to bring the cultural dances and even the modern music, which has earned people a lot of money. I can see that most of you here are very young, and I know that you people know the likes of Kina Katombi, Kina Ken wa Maria, and they are earning a lot of revenue through the dances, through music. And so, when you people approve me, I'll make Kitui County a county of so many Katombis, so many Kenwa Marias. Yes. And even the Vusia Ungus. What am I trying to say? That through you people, through this committee, madam, I'll have a county government's funded studio which will be able to record both audio and video that will earn our county some income, and our upcoming artists or musicians will record there at a lower cost. Sir, I think I have answered your question.
Okay, please. The next question from our honorable member, Jacinda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Preta, I'm Honorable Jacinda Merimoni, nominated the MCA. Madam Bretta, what initiative do you have to ensure that the Kamba culture becomes a source of tourism revenue to the county government?
Thank you, Honorable Jacinta. Just had answered.
Mrs. Bretta, when you're answering, you answer through the chair. After you get a question, you say it through the chair.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It was just a reminder.
Through Madam Chair, I want to answer Honorable Jacinda's question that just as I had answered, one of the initiatives that I can take is to have that studio where our people will do their recording at a lower cost. Again, our county is rich in culture, and therefore I will map and develop cultural sites which I know, when well followed, can attract tourists, both local and national. When I identify these sites, I'll try to develop them in so many ways, like marketing the sites, if it's through radio, through newspapers, through all sorts of media. I market these sites. And at the end of the day, you'll find that even international tourists will visit Kitui and bring foreign exchange. Thank you.
Okay, please, honorable members, who has a question? And I think before we get to the other question, I have a question for you, Mrs. Bretta. Kindly explain to us your understanding of the government protocol. Do you know the government protocol?
Yes, madam. The national government or the county government?
The county government, I mean.
The county government.
Yes. We are here for county government.
We are here for county government. I know that the county government has 3 arms, just as the national government. We have the executive, we have the county assembly, and we have our judiciary. And therefore, the protocol will run From the top.
Who is from the
downwards,
top to who?
The governor.
That's what we're asking.
The governor. The governor is at the top. And it will run from the top up to the village administrator.
After governor, we go to who? That's what
the
I
deputy
wanted.
governor, the CECs, the CEOs, and those others.
No, I think, okay, what you should know, because most of the people, they don't know the protocol. And I'm not saying that you don't know. And I think if you'll be lucky to get this chance as the CEO,
yes,
I think you should know the protocol, because sometimes people, they don't understand it. Because from governor is the boss of the county. From there we go to deputy governor. From there we go to assembly, that is speaker. The speaker is the one who is the third in command. And then from there we come to MCS. Okay, on a light note, we are superior than CEOs. And then from there we come to CCs, that is ministers. Then from there we go to CEOs, chief officers. And there we go to directors. Then we come down from there. I think it is good for it to be at your attention. Okay, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say that learning is a dynamic process, and even being a CEO nominee, I have learned the protocol. Thank you.
And as we say, learning does not end until you die.
That's what I'm saying.
We
that's
learn daily,
dynamic.
because I think we might meet in some areas, and then you are like, as the CEO, how am I going to introduce these people? Where am I going to start? You should know that is the protocol.
Yes, madam.
So I think we should go to the next question. Anybody with another question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Honorable Immaculate. Mrs. Bretta, I want to know how will you bring on board people living with disability?
Then we may not attract anybody. So those are the things I'm looking at, and we will for sure balance them and make sure we clear this issue of pending bills. It's a big elephant in the house that needs to be handled, and we'll do it together with this committee so that we get a way through. Thank you.
Thank you. As you're answering that question, we were privileged to have the Speaker of Kitui County Assembly with us. Thank you, thank you. And also with us, we are also privileged to have the Deputy Speaker, Bananzilo, with us. Together with other waheshimiwa, honorable members, nominated member Rose Kasioka, nominated member Mwendesalu. So those are the visitors who has come, and they are away at the gallery listening for you. Now, members, we still need to go ahead. Those who have more questions, carry on. Was another short?
Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Stephen Makau-Sili, you have just answered on how you will deal with the pending bills. Now, tell us how you will make sure that certain scenario doesn't recur. We don't have pending bills anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me appreciate the presence of the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker. I can see this is a highly powered committee.
Exactly, it's a powerful committee.
Thank you very much. Mheshimiwa, the issue of pending bills is a very unfortunate issue, and as I said, it is now the elephant in the house, both at the national level and even the other counties. And it starts with the preparation of the budget. And I said I've been here before, and I'll keep on referring to that history, which is very important. When we are preparing the budget, one of the things I want to plead with the county assembly, there's this thing called own source revenue, which has always been, we have been overestimating. We say we are going to collect 1 billion, we end up collecting 400 million. So there's a whole variance of 600 million. And you see, when we pass such a budget, we start committing based on that budget. And that's how most of these pending bills have been created. Okay, there are issues of suppliers or contractors not being paid who have done a job and they all. But again, I'll make sure, especially from our ministry, when we talk of on-source revenue, and I know my ministry is one which has been charged in making sure we raise as much on-source revenue as possible. But in our estimates, let's also be as realistic as possible so that we don't have end up committing for what we don't have. So that is one of the areas I'll look at. Then I'll also make sure whatever has been budgeted and we have money, we pay people on time, on a timely basis. Because if you look at it now from where we have very few months to do a lot of work before the year comes to an end. So it means people have to burn midnight oil to make sure we utilize whatever we have, because it can be a disaster. You know, at the past we have been accused of not using all our money. From where I sit, we are going to work extra time to make sure whatever we have, it's committed on time, people work and they are paid on time. It is not my intention to have people working and then they are not paid for the longest time ever. Because I'm a member of this county and I'm alive to the reality. There are people who have worked genuinely for this county and they have ended up being auctioned. And the money was there, but they have not been paid. Personally, I don't want to be part of the suffering of the people of Kitui. I need to be a bridge to their success. And so I'll make sure, especially from the ministry, I'll be championing those contractors and suppliers are paid on time. Thank you.
Thank you, and well put for that response for the pending bills. And now, before we go to the next question, I want to introduce speaker to our CEO, Chamber of Commerce, Kitui chapter, stand up and wave. So we are represented very well in this trade committee by the people who matter. With us, I have, and I apologize, I have not introduced our majority leader. He came late, he's a member to this committee, and I wish to introduce him to you. Thank you. Now we can carry on. Any more questions? Yeah. Mheshimiwa Mutune, nominated member.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations to the Council for coming this far, and I wish you all the best. Now, my question to you is, Kitui County is well known for production of best honey, mangoes, and dengu, and other farm produce. What measures are you going to put in place to ensure these products are linked up both locally, nationally, and internationally?
Thank you. Thank you, Mheshimiwa. As you said, and as I had said, Kitui County is one of the blessed counties in terms of the wealth we have. And it's upon us now to look at how we are going to harness that wealth for the better life of our people. It is very unfortunate that we keep on asking for more in the courts, and yet we have all those mangoes and the rest. As I said, we are, as a ministry, we are going to work close with the other ministries. One, we need to get ways of how we can add value to our products, because like now it is mango season, and a lot of mangoes are going to waste simply because we have not done anything. As a ministry, we first and foremost will come up with proper storage facilities for those mangoes. We are going to seriously invest in looking for investors and advertising our counties. We'll go out there and tell people we have quality mangoes, which we have to get market for, both nationally and internationally. We're also going to start, like I've seen a case, having lived in Mombasa for some time, I've seen people who are harvesting the mangoes before they ripen completely. And they are making very nice things which look like chips, preserved and packed very well. And I'm like, this is what we need to do in Kitui. Again, we're also going to support our farmers also to make sure they produce quality, not the kind of mangoes we are producing at the moment, which is not very useful. And then we look at our way. As I said, we have a lot of land in our county. We need to get investors, and we come up with a public-private kind of model, because we've seen in the past, if the county goes to business, it has not worked. And I don't want to say we are going to start building industries and those kind of things because of the experience we've had with our crusher, the Kikotech and the like. Maybe but the best model, and if you look at the national level, that is the direction they're also taking, the private, public-private partnership kind of thing, so that we harness the expertise. And again, as we, because we have land, we can give incentives as land. I'm not saying we give out our land, but we can have leases with private people who want to invest in our county, because they are going to create jobs for our people, and they will also create market for our produce. When we work together with the expertise in the private sector, we have a lot to achieve, because marketing will be two-way. As the county does the marketing for the entire county, also the investors who are coming, they will have a responsibility of marketing that product, because they also have to make a profit. So it will be a win-win situation as we move forward. And we are planning to organize an investors conference and a trade show, so that we revive the restored Kitui trade show. And this time we are going to give it a trade angle, so that we know we are not just displaying, we are displaying for the sake of getting markets for our product. And there are many ways, because today the world has become a global village because of technology. We are going to create a serious platform for marketing our products and our natural resources, and even our expertise in this county, so that everybody all over this world knows Kitui has something good to offer differently. Thank you.
Thank you. And, well put questions. Now, do we have any other member who wants to pose a question to our nominee? Boniface Mukwate. Please say you are what for. Introduce yourself as you give your question.
Okay. Through the chair, I'm Boniface Mukwate Katola, the majority chief whip. Bwana Stephen, my question is very simple. It's about there is an outcry, environmental outcry at the crusher, where the crusher is installed. What plans do you have to solve those issues around that area?
Thank you, Mheshimiwa Majority Whip. I know there's a serious problem with the crusher, and the problem started from the onset. How this idea was conceived and implemented was not the right way, because the environment impact assessment was one of the first things which should have been done. At some point in our oversight in the last assembly, we were informed there's an environment impact assessment report which has never come through. Actually, when we used to ask, and then we are given like 2 different reports at every different time we ask. I'm going to look at all these things, involve the community, and we do a fresh environmental impact assessment, so that we come with an agreeable formula with this community. Because in as much as we want the crusher to run, it cannot run in a hostile environment. Where it is said, the people have to accept and see the benefits of having the crusher there. And then, as I said, it's not a wise idea for a government to start running businesses which are competing directly with the common mwananchi. It is my proposal that we look for a way, in the spirit of public-private partnership, we involve the people around where the crusher is, organize them into strong circles.
Yes, thank you. We still need another question, or if we are exhausted, or sure. Sami Mwenyedia from Kivo Ward has a question. Go ahead, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Musili, I'm happy you have mentioned some things. Like you said, you want to introduce very serious industries in Kitui County. You have again talked about the on-source revenue, which is a problem in Kitui County. In the previous regime, which you are oversighting, Mr. Musili, we had some industries like Kikotech, We had even these crushers. We had even the cabro making machines. We had even the Kiotech. In your docket, if today you are nominated as CEO for this docket, how will you make sure that this kind of industries, because I don't think you need extra industries if you can't revive the ones which you have, we want to know what will you do to make sure that the current industries which were done by the former regime actually helps the people of Kitui County. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good question, Mheshimiwa. I'll start with one of the hot potatoes in this ministry, which is Kikotech, which is looking at Kikotech it's not a bad idea because it was like structured to operate like an EPZ, but the problem came with the management. I've also been able to look at it, and I've seen since it started, Kikotech has not been. It has actually been making serious losses. Some running to over 30 million, but what if you ask for a report, you're told it is making profits. They just used to do what sometimes is called creative accounting. Just do a few inflations here. Like I know they used to show the raw materials in stock. They used to inflate that so that they give you a profit, but that is not the case. We need to relook at Kikotech again and do a serious audit, because I still believe it can be brought back to profitability. One of the things we need to look at it is the kind of suppliers which have been there. Instead of having instead of sourcing materials directly from the manufacturers, there have been cartels which go to the manufacturers in the name of tendering. They buy from just locally, some from Sunflag and the other manufacturers in Nairobi. They inflate the price by 60%, then they supply to Kikotech. That's why you find Kikotech products are very expensive. We cannot even sell them locally, because a football made at Kikotech is around 1,400. If you go to Nairobi, you can get the same at 700, 800, the same quality, because of they are using the materials they are using are very expensive, and I'm saying expensive, not high quality. You know, sometimes we tend to think anything is expensive is high quality because of this inflation. So I believe if we are able to encourage those manufacturers, the Sunflag and the rest, and we give them a guarantee for payment, they'll be able to supply to Kikotech directly, and then we'll have cut that cost by between 50 to 60%, and we'll bring this factory to profitability. The other thing you look at it's a factory which is supposed to make profit, competing with other factories, the other EPZ in other places. But if you look at the way the employment has been done there, it is purely political. You find that there are so many people who are doing very, very little. In fact, in a factory whereby, like you have a workforce of less than 100 people, but we have 29 supervisors. You wonder what they are doing. You have 9 factory managers, very well paid. Then we have the CEOs and the other people. So we need to optimize the workforce in that place, and I'm sure we'll be able to save a lot of money. Then the other issue, that issue of the suppliers at Kikotech not being paid, especially the genuine suppliers. Find even people who build those structures, up to today they have not been paid. So there are always threats. The one who supplied a generator keeps on threatening he can take it away any day. There are even cases which have gone to court. So we need to harmonize those, and I'm sure we can put Kikotech back on track and also be able to provide employment for our people. Because the beauty is we have customers who have given Kikotech orders, but it is just our systems which are not good. Because now, like the police, the police uniforms, the chief's uniforms, KWS is on board, KPA is on board, other counties like Kiambu and the rest. So the factory has customers, but it's the internal issues which needs to be sorted, which I will, and very fast put it on profitability. The other factories which are not very functional, and we have to be very realistic, like the leather industry. That one, it may not be an easy one to revive. And that's why we are recommending we use it for training purposes instead of treating it as a factory that way. Because if you look at the leather industry in these countries, basically dead. So, and there are so many factors which lead to a certain line of industries collapsing. If we think we'll start in Kitui, when even nationally it's not working, then I don't think we'll be successful. Same with the capital things and all those things. Those are things which we need to review, and whatever is not necessary, we agree and make the painful decision to let them go, or we move them to areas where they can be better utilized, but not in trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Stephen. You have confirmed that the Kikotech and the Kiosek, the crusher, are the hot potato. You have also, during your introduction, said you have been a chair for this department, this sector. And I believe this sector is the one which was doing the oversight for the Kikotech, Kiosek, crusher, and so forth. I want to confirm from you, now, where were the proceeds of the Kikotech and the Kiosek being deposited to? Were they deposited to the county kit, onto a personal or otherwise? Because you did the oversight. And two, people are hearing Kiosek and Kikotech. What are these? What is the meaning of Kikotech? What's the meaning of Kiosek?
Thank you. I'll start with the last one. Kikotech is Kitui County Textile Center. Kiosek is Kitui Youth and Enterprise. Kitui Youth and Enterprise Center. As I say, Kikotech is a county corporation with its own regulations and a board. So it has its own accounts where the money is supposed to be deposited. Unfortunately, as a chair of this committee, we've been writing to be given an audit because a county corporation, there is supposed to be an audit report every financial year. That never came through for the life of the committee. And there were so many things being said that the money is deposited in other accounts. But I've been able to verify that the money was going to the Kikotech account and was being utilized with approval from the Board of Management. However, without the audit report, it is very easy to know whether all the money was going into that account. And that's where the gap is now. And this committee will also have a job to pick from where the other committee left. And since now we have a new management, I will be able to get that audit report. And if it is not there, we'll get auditors to properly audit Kikotech and furnish this committee with a report so that we move together. And I agree, if we'll be able to revive it together, the better. If at some point we find we are flogging a dead horse, we make a decision and move on.
Thank you. Let's go ahead, members, with the questions. Who else has something? Who else has a question?
Thank you, Chair. This is Harrison Maluki, representing the great people of Mugwani, and I'm also the leader of majority in the County Assembly of Kitui. I have two questions for you. One, from where we sit, we will need more border sheds and market sheds across the county. But from the look of things, the existing market sheds and border sheds, some of them have been converted to animal sheds, and most of them are not serving the purpose. Because if you look at their locations, they are not serving the purposes in which they were intended to.
Enough ECD classrooms in all the public secondary school, public primary schools, and feeder schools. That is ECD centers that are stationed within primary schools as well as feeder schools, such that we're going to have enough classrooms for PP1 and PP2 in all our centers. In so doing, I'll spearhead the carrying out of an assessment to establish where there is a need, so that we do not replicate construction of classrooms in schools that have adequate classrooms at the expense of those that do not have. In the Governor's Manifesto, the great people of Kitui were promised that the ECD children will learn under conducive learning environment where there will be adequate play equipment to promote the psychomotor development of the learners. He also promised that there is going to be enough wash facilities and enough teaching and learning materials. So I'll ensure that I aid him in achieving this manifesto.
Thank you, Pauline. We can have another member to ask a question. Maluki, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Madam Pauline, once again, congratulations for your nomination to that docket. Huh?
Thank you.
Now that you've mentioned about conversion of the cashiers to permanent and pensionable terms, and you seem to be so much conversant with the governor's manifesto, how soon do you think this program is going to be undertaken so as to ensure that our ECD teachers are on permanent and pensionable terms? And number two, those who are serving as ECD teachers, some of them have attained the retirement age of 60 years. What plans do you have? Because some of them were retained from the nursery school that we used to have, and they've served for long. But we see now being on cashiers, even if now they are to be converted to permanent pensionable, they might not be able to qualify for pensions. What exit plan do you have for those teachers? And how long will you take maybe to do an audit of the same, so as to know the number of teachers that we are converting from permanent to pensionable? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members, for the question. Like I said earlier, I'm aware that the governor promised recruitment of these ECD teachers on permanent and pensionable terms. And quoting his declaration over the weekend, he promised that this is going to happen at the end of February. I don't want to contradict what he said, so I can take the position as being that these teachers will be put on permanent and pensionable terms by the end of February, unless advised otherwise by the governor. In doing all this, availability of budgetary allocation is very, very key. So as long as there is money to finance this activity, it will be undertaken immediately. The ECD teachers that have taught for many years and have attained retirement age, and we know them, some of them are our neighbors, under the guidance of the CECM and His Excellency the Governor, I believe a cabinet decision will be made on how they exit. I'll participate in the formulation of a discussion point on how they exit. We shall, as a department, budget for the exit terms once approved by the cabinet, and lobby with this committee, the Committee on Budget and the whole Assembly for the passage of such budget allocation, so that we do not just dismiss some of these old ladies without any compensation. Chair, excuse me, Chair. How long it takes? Availability of resources is key in determining how long it takes. If it happens the funds are available this financial year, it will be implemented within the financial year.
Honorable Maluki, are you answered?
Yes, I'm answered. Maybe a follow-up question on the same. That now that we've been promised about, of course, those who are retiring, do you think maybe you will need the input of this committee during the time when we'll be doing the recruitment of new ECD teachers? Another question is, because all these teachers have different qualifications. There are those with certificates, others with diplomas, the others even have just they don't have papers completely. To ensure that there is quality and maybe equity. Once converted to permanent and pensionable, are they going to be on the same job group, or maybe depending on the level of education will vary?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, I am aware that a scheme of service has been developed by the Teacher Service Commission, and the SRC has issued guidelines on how much these ECD teachers should be paid. In aligning these teachers to permanent and pensionable terms, of course, qualifications will play a very key role. Each teacher will be paid according to their education qualifications. Experience will be a factor to consider. You can't pay an ECD teacher who has served for 1 year the same way that you're paying one that has served for more than 10 years. So years served will determine where one is placed, which salary scale and which job group.
Thank you, Madam Pauline. And maybe before we have another question, I wish to recognize one of the committee member who has come just as the process was on, and I would ask her to introduce herself so that we can move together. Jacinta, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Honorable Jacinta Merimon, Wiper nominee.
And Jacinta, you tell us whether you have any interest with the nominee.
No, I have no interest.
Thank you. We can go ahead and ask questions. I also want to recognize in our presence our able speaker who is behind you, Honorable Katisia. And I also want to recognize his deputy, Honorable Christopher. Welcome. Thank you. Charity, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Pauline. Assuming you are given this docket, Chief Officer, Basic Education, tell this committee the plans you'll employ to ensure effective implementation of the ECD curriculum in Kitui County.
Thank you, Chair, honorable members. Effective delivery of any curriculum is based on various issues, key among them being availability of qualified teachers. So I will ensure that the teachers who teach our children in the ECD sector are qualified to do so. Those that are not qualified in terms of their academic qualification will be encouraged to go for training. Those that require some skills enhancement will be put on some programs over the holidays, short courses, so that we build their capacity. Another factor that plays a key role in effective curriculum delivery is availability of teaching and learning materials. So I'll ensure that these materials are available and they are adequate and they are of the recommended quality. Approved teaching learning materials by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. I'll ensure that the learners who attend ECD centers in our county learn under conducive environment. Environment is very key in delivery of curriculum. I will ensure that these learners learn in classrooms that are well lit, classrooms that have floors, classrooms that have roof on themselves. I will ensure that we have adequate wash facilities and access to clean water for drinking while in school. We all come from Kitui County and are privy to the fact that some of our areas are prone to drought, persistent drought, and an agri learner cannot really concentrate. In areas that require interventions, we shall ensure that school feeding program is implemented so that we give at least a meal to the learners as they attend school. Chair, those are some of the measures that are put in place to ensure effective curriculum delivery.
Thank you. Charity, you think you answered?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We can have another question. Bite, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Pauline, how are you?
Fine, thank you, sir.
Firstly, to commend you are composed, and I like the way you articulate your issues.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Joseph Musyoka, representing Zambani Ward. My question is, you are lucky that you are a teacher. Currently in Kenya, we are talking of transiting from the 844 system to CBC, competence-based curriculum. Now, as
Bite, may you put the mic closer to your mouth for audio?
That's okay, Mr. Chair. Iko karibu, sahi iko sawa? Okay. Now, that we are transiting from the 844 system to CBC curriculum, and now you're the prospected CEO in charge of education in our county. How best will you ensure that in Kitui County, the CBC curriculum is fully implemented? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, thank you for that question. We are all aware that the country is in a period where CBC is being implemented. Actually, the pioneer class has just transited to junior secondary. CBC, in relation to the docket that I'm going to occupy if appointed, deals with pre-primary education that covers PP1 and PP2. So in ensuring that this CBC is fully implemented, first and foremost, I will ensure that all our children that have attained the age of going school for CBC do so. I will do so through the provisions of the law, which are very clear that whenever a learner is seen not to have attended school, yet they have attained school-age-going children, there are mechanisms that the law has put in place to ensure that they all join school. I will ensure that after they join school, they are retained in the school. Access, retention, and transition. They access ECD, they are retained in ECD, and they transit to the post-ECD level of education, 100% where possible. So in the implementation of the curriculum, the CBC curriculum, I'll ensure that teaching and learning resources are available, that the infrastructure required for the implementation of the curriculum is available, and our teachers are well equipped in terms of training to teach this curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Pauline. Let me now, before we take another question, recognize the presence of one of our committee members, Honorable Erastus Buno. Buno, you can go ahead and introduce yourself to the nominee. And you also tell us whether you have any interest with the nominee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
My name is Dr. Mbuno Erastus, member of this committee, and Umarlane Ward. I have no conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. We can now take another question. Mercy, go ahead.
Congratulations, Pauline.
Thank you.
My question is, as per your resume, you served in this docket from 2013 to 2017. What new measures and ideas will you bring on board, assuming you are appointed to this docket?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, thank you for this question. Of correction, I served in this docket, the docket of best education, training and skills development from 2014 to 2017. Although the government was put in place in 2013, we joined in January 2014. And therefore, when I served as a chief officer in that department, a department that was new immediately after devolution, and the sector was facing immense challenges. We did a lot within the available resources and capacity to improve the sector. We put up very many ECD classes, more than 1,000. We procured and installed outdoor play equipment in a few of our ECD centers. We procured teaching and learning materials. First and foremost, we relieved the parents the burden of paying the ECD teachers, a task they had done since independence. And then we used county resources to pay them on cash basis that they are still in. After doing so much, the resources were not adequate, and also time was not on our side, as our term was cut short after the elections. The governor was not re-elected, and therefore we left. Since then, I've acquired new knowledge, experience, and skills from where I've worked. There are certain things that we endeavored to achieve that time, but were not able to achieve. For example, we had endeavored to ensure that the ECD classes are adequate in all our ECD centers. Therefore, I'm going to follow up on this and ensure that there's a class for PP1 and a class for PP2, and where the streams are more than one, we provide a classroom adequate for all the learners in all the centers. These are young children that must play as they learn. The playing as they learn is going to be more interesting. I'm going to ensure that we procure and install modern play equipment so that we match our neighbors and even learners that learn in urban centers, like swings and other small items that are necessary for learners to play as they learn. I'm going to be implementing a plan that we had then of ensuring that we feed the learners that are hungry, that come to school hungry. We shall make budgetary proposals to the Assembly for approval so that we feed those that are affected by drought in the affected areas. I'm also going to ensure that through what I've learned where I'm working, the importance of integrated education management systems. I'm going to procure an education management system to capture and store all data to do with ECD centers, learners, teachers, and facilities, so that they may aid in quick decision making. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's have another question. Cyrus Musyoka.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Madam Pauline, hope you're well.
Yes, I am, sir.
Mine goes to a totally different department. And please elaborate to this committee the correspondence between the department that you'll be heading, that is the Chief Officer, Basic Education Training, and the docket of Propua Bursaries program, the correspondence.
Thank you, Chair, honorable members. Thank you for that question. I am aware of the Propua support program. This is a program that we initiated and implemented during our first term. The Propua bursary program is a very, very important program in my view. In a county that is semi-arid and occasionally faces challenges of drought. Many of our parents are not able to raise school fees for their children that are in secondary, tertiary, and university colleges. That time, between 2014 and 2017, the management of Propua was done by the Department of Basic Education, Training and Skills Development. It is the chief officer then who would initiate the identification of needy learners. It is started by preparation of Propua guidelines, which I participated in their development, and then approval by the Assembly. So initially I would relook at those guidelines and establish whether they are still relevant in the current dispensation. If they are not, and I'm sure certain sections of those guidelines may require some review, I'll call upon this honorable committee in the review of those guidelines so that they are relevant to the current setup. And those guidelines will then be presented to this committee and later to the Assembly for approval. In the implementation of those guidelines, there will be constant consultation between my department and this committee and the County Assembly as a whole. The members of this committee and the County Assembly as a whole represent a very important constituency. It is these needy parents that visit your homes and make calls to you for support. So the members of Parliament, members of the County Assembly know from their villages and their wards who qualifies, who deserves support. So I'll work together with you to make sure that these guidelines are aligned to suit your position as members of County Assembly, so that when we come to identification of the needy are not left out at the expense of those that are not deserving. I'll ensure that the implementation of the Propua bursary scheme is done on time to avoid learners being sent away from school and sitting to wait for checks for a month. So if we agree in the guidelines that disbursement of the funds will be termly or once a year, this I'm going to ensure that it is done to ensure that learners remain in school. Thank you, Chair.
A follow-up question. You said initially from 2013 to 2017 it was under the CEO, right?
Yes, Chair. The budget was in the Governor's office, but implementation was done by the State the Department for Basic Education.
kindly elaborate to this committee whether you are aware of cartels at our respective wards who now come and benefit, yet they are not supposed to be actual beneficiaries of these programs. You find that in some instances, somebody is very able, is a high school teacher, and then they collude with some dark forces at the ground, and then the relatively poor and vulnerable segment of our children don't get the proper bursaries. What measures are you taking, once approved as chief officer, to end this menace? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. About my being aware of cartels, existence of cartels in the administration of a proper bursary scheme, I wish to declare that I've heard about the existence of such cartels, and it is very, very unfortunate. During our first tenure, such cartels never existed, and if they did, we never got to know of their existence. Like I said earlier, I'm going to be involving this secretarial committee and the War Assembly to eliminate these cartels. You're going to be very useful as an assembly in the elimination of the cartels. Because if you are a member of the county assembly and are aware that an undeserving child has been awarded bursary, the county assembly member should be the first person to point out to the department and even His Excellency the Governor that such bursaries be revoked and be directed to those that are deserving. When the general public realize that we are on high alert, these cartels will disappear. So I will be calling upon the members of the county assembly to support us in the identification of the cartels. And if the cartels are working in cahoot with some of the public servants, then disciplinary action must be taken upon the public servants that are aiding in the misuse of this scheme. We shall relook at the form that is used for application of the proper bursary scheme and ensure that it captures all the required details. The analysis of these application forms will be thoroughly scrutinized by people that to be carefully selected with your participation to ensure that we weed out the malpractice in the sector. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Pauline, for clarifying that. Bite, you have something to ask?
Yes, it's just a follow-up question from my Ward Honorable Cyrus had asked. Madam Pauline, are you aware that currently in the state that we have us?
If you come and also display your wear outside them, blocking them, it's like we are saying now we'll demolish all the buildings that have people selling from everywhere, which is not possible. And we need to collect revenue from licenses. We also need to collect revenue from these people. So as a ministry, we provide the right infrastructure. We help in the mapping of the town, and then we talk to our people to accept that at the end of the day, we have to have an ordered society. Then even as a people, because we are also encouraging this. When you come from a supermarket, you want to border there. You don't even want to cross the street. So these guys are forced to come there. I don't know how we'll change that culture as Kenyans also, but it's something which we need to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think we are done with the questions. But one more from the chair, coming from Kalundu Market, the main market we have in our Kitui County. Now then we have the chair here from the same market. He has this to this committee. that there is a leadership rank course going ahead at that Kalundu market about who becomes the chair, who becomes the controller of the big market there. You find this one, they have even, they're saying they have written a letter to the director about the same. Now, with the Kalundu and the other Kalundus we have in our Kitui County, where we have the rankling about the leadership in the markets, how will your office solve such problems and get the right team in charge so that we can be working with those teams, and your office will be working the same teams, those which are right? Because this rankling is taking us back and it's not making the business in such towns conducive. And the next one is about the petition coming underway from Bondoni market. There is a shed which was built in Bondoni market in a sports field. It is there in the sports field and it's for the market. Now then, the Mheshimiwa concerned at Bondoni has said it, and he has requested to give this petition to this committee about that shed. They want the relocation. So I want you to address this one, whether it is possible to relocate.
So I take this opportunity to welcome you all to the session. Be in the right place and participate as much as you can. To start us off, we're going to pray. So let us bow our heads for a word of prayer. We remain silent for the same. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and county assemblies for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessing descend upon us, here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all the matters that shall come under our deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor, glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and those whose interest you have committed to our charge. Amen. I want to be sure that we're ready for the meeting, and one of the things that make us to be ready to kindly bring the agenda for us.
Thank you, Chair. The agenda for the day is the vetting of David Soy Masai, the nominee to the position of Chief Officer in the County Department of Environment and Forestry. And the second agenda will be the vetting of Henry Ngilo Nyamai, the nominee to the position of Chief Officer in the County Department of Energy, Mineral and Natural Resources. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Clerk. When an agenda is read to members, what follows is confirmation of the agenda, or acceptance for that matter. So we're going to have a proposer. Honorable Deborah Mutuko proposes. Who will second it? And Honorable Cornelius Mudami is our seconder. So we are good to go. Members, our main business for the day is to vet the nominees to the positions of Chief Officer, Department of Environment and Forestry, and number 2, Energy, Minerals and Natural Resources, as indicated in the agenda table, the one you've just read. Honorable members, the approval hearing by the committee shall be guided by the provisions of Section 7(8) of the Public Appointments County Assemblies Approval Act of 2017, which requires us to focus on a candidate's academic credentials, professional training, experience, personal integrity and background. Honorable members, the purpose of this vetting exercise is to ascertain the suitability of the nominees to discharge the responsibilities to the public offices nominated to. I wish to guide that more information on the vetting is provided in writing, brief, which is filled in your respective files together with the agenda paper. Field questionnaire, biodata form and the CV. I request that we minimize movements, and I want to reiterate, yes, we minimize movement in the room once the exercise begins. I want you to know that we're live on camera, we are streaming live, so let us conduct ourselves in a way that, that befits media live stream. And please keep your phones on silent. Be silent, yeah? Not silent that is vibrating to draw our attention. Either you can put in that silence or you switch it off or you put in flight mode. Thank you. And since we have said the exercise is to vet a nominee or nominees for the office of chief officer, we want to have them come around because I can see that seat is empty. Yeah, so please look for this man or woman, and then he can take his position so that we set the ball rolling.
Like it is if you were not there. Let me take opportunity to thank the public who came in large numbers just to come and observe the process. This is very well, because we didn't want to do it inside the chambers. We wanted to have it open like it is. And you can attest, this has been a very wonderful process of vetting our nominee. To our nominee, we will go and write a report on the same. And soon and very soon, we'll be tabling this report to the County Assembly for approval. So we want to tell you we are thankful for the way you have answered questions confidently and diligently. We look forward to having you. After the report is done, this is the committee which will say you have our note or you don't have our note. So rely much on us, and we will do the fairness. We will not be biased in any way to not to have you or to have you.
You're the one.
We will use our due diligence and to write a very conclusive report. So looking forward to working with you if this committee will approve you. And thank you so much for everybody. God bless us. God bless Kitui County. And we wish you all, everybody. Wish you well. Thank you.
This session between you and us. We'll ask you questions. We do many things on you. And of course, we believe that you'll be giving us answers appropriately. So feel welcome, take your time, settle, and feel to be in the right place and with the right people. So if you're David, Soy Masai, have you been nominated to the position of Chief Officer in the County Department of Environment and Forestry?
Honorable Chair, yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you
for that nomination.
Thank you, Chair.
The other thing that we want to do right now is the things that you're doing here are serious, are legal, are binding, and we must do everything on oath, especially for you. We took our office ourselves when we were elected in August last year. You, since you are destined to become the chief officer, you must take an oath of office. So I will ask our minister oath to the nominee before we proceed.
I, David Soy Masai, do swear that the information that I shall give to this County Assembly Committee on Environment, Energy and Mineral Investments Development regarding matters before the committee's consideration shall be the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Then they are either suspended or deregistered. So I worked closely with the County Education Board to ensure that all our ECD centers exist within the law, meeting the set criteria in the law.
Thank you. We can have one more question from Honorable Makumi. You still want to ask something? Then we can have two, then we finish. Makumi.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Mine will be like a follow-up question.
Two. So, now, Mr. Masai, we have known you. You don't know us. I think it's only fair for an interactive session like this one for all of us to know one another. So these are my members. Let me start with me. This time round, I will not begin like the English. You know, the English would say you and I, but this particular one is mimi na wewe, like Swahili bit. Let's start with myself. My name is Daniel Kimanzi Mwani. I am the chair of the Committee on Environment.
I'm happy to be here to witness this vetting interview process, and I believe this able committee through the chair will do a good job. So the nominee, feel comfortable. You must be grilled so that we determine whether you are suitable for this job. But I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Our Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
And you are very smart today.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the nominee for this far he has come and welcome him again, and that he should feel comfortable. I also acknowledge the members of the public present also feel at home. Welcome. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The Secretariat, kindly.
Good morning. I'm Kelvin Mumu, the clerk to the committee, and on my left is Kennedy Mondo, a colleague, also a clerk assistant.
I'm a vice chair of this committee, and I've now interest. Thank you. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Mr. David Soy. Through the chair, my name is Jagora Mutuku. nominated member of County Assembly, and I have no conflict of interest.
Morning. My name is Morning. My name is Charity Mwangangi, member of County Assembly. I have no interest in this.
My name is David Masakuno, MCA member of this committee. I have no conflict of interest. Welcome. Thank you.
I'm Anthony Msioka, MCA County Ward, member of this committee.
Hello, Chair. My name is Honorable Rose Kasioka Kadoka, nominated MCA, Community Ward. I'm a member of this committee. I have no conflict of interest.
Hello, Chair. My name is Cornelius Madami. I am the elected member for Moi Ward, and I'm a member of this committee with no interest.
Good morning, honorable members, to the chair. Good morning, Mr. Soy. Good morning. My name is Honorable Dominic Mamisi, the member of County Assembly representing the people of Boda, a member of this committee, and I have no personal interest whatsoever with the nomination.
Thank you, honorable members, for introducing yourselves. In our midst as well, we have members of the service. So those that are around with us, you can tell us your names as well. Beginning with my immediate left.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Chris Mwangangi, Secretary to the committee.
Through the chair, my name is Ruth Betemulumba, supporting this committee.
Kennedy Mutka, Sergeant at Arms.
Do you have any other member of service? Yeah.
My name is Benedict Mutuku, Answered Officer.
Thank you, members of the County Assembly of Kitui and members of the service for that short but important introduction. Mr. David Soy Masai, I want to welcome you again to feel comfortable. The ones that have said their names are the people to take you through the interview or the vetting process. These are members of the Committee on Environment, Energy and Mineral Investment Development who will be vetting you today. That's very key. Now, the mandate of this committee is to vet and report on a nominee as provided for under Section 45 of the County Governments Act 2012 and Kitui County Assembly Standing Order number 195F. So that is the mandate we have to vet you. So it's not in vacuum, it is based on law and surround there. As we start this vital exercise, I would like to emphasize the following. This is a friendly exercise, friendly interaction, and not adversarial. So we have no adversaries here, there's no enemy, nobody wants to treat any other person. We want you to answer our questions as they come, because we need those answers. And from your answers, we shall do our report on you. Table in the County Assembly for debate. Or that is a question and answer to be directed through the chair. So members, all questions to the nominee will be directed through the chair. That is the basic procedure. Of course, I'll guide where necessary, and I will not want to allow any exchange between a member and the nominee directly. If you have an issue to raise with the nominee, please raise it through this chair. Things will be fine. And then, of course, we need to observe the allocated time. This should take exactly 1 hour. Now, when you have started other things in between, lunch breaks and the rest, so let us be within our means, within our time. Now, we want to know whether the man who has taken an oath is the one we are dealing with through documentation. So, Mr. Soi, kindly give us your certificates, your ID, original, testimonials, copies, and all those that are certified, you know, clearance from KRA, ESCC, HELP, DCI, and the rest of them, CRB. So, our clerk is going to check in those documents as we continue. Mr. Osai, briefly. Of course, I asked you whether you're Masai, and you said you are, but we want to hear something else more from you. Give us a brief introduction of yourself, and kindly pay attention to your name as it appears in your documents, family background, academic qualification or qualifications, professional background, and experience. That is the kind of introduction you want to get from you. Welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would like to, before I start responding to your questions, say that I am greatly honored to be seated here before this honorable committee, of course led by you, for this exercise. So, my name is David Soi Masai, born and bred in Kitui. I come from a family in Tonguni, where I am the firstborn to the late Masai Soi and my mom, Maria Kine Masai. I am the firstborn out of 7. And I went to school in a primary school in the nearby home, in a primary school, where I did nursery school all the way to standard 8 those days. And soon after my standard 8, that was in the year 1999, I went to St. Joseph's Seminary in Mwenge, where I did my high school studies from Form 1 to Form 4, in between the year 2000 and 2003. Soon after my high school, I proceeded to the Pontifical Banyana University. It's in Rome. And there I did a Bachelor of Philosophy and a graduate degree. And after that, I went on to do other certificates at postgraduate level which I did at the Merino Institute of African Studies. It is a constituent college of Merino University of Minnesota in the USA. At Merino, I was awarded with 3 certificates, one at a foundational level, another one at an intermediate level, and the other one at an advanced level as a researcher. Professionally, I have worked for the Merino Institute of African Studies, which has a college in Nairobi, Karen. It's actually within Tangaza University, those of you who know. I worked there from the year 2010 to the year 2014, and I was working as a research assistant. After that, in 2015, I joined Britain as a retail sales manager, where I have been working to date.
Thank you, Mr. Mashai. Thank you, Mr. Mashai, for that introduction. How do you say Mutonguni? Is that where Kitui is? Is that in Kitui West or Kitui South?
Mutonguni is in Kitui West.
Kitui West constituency. Yes.
That's where I was born and bred. But my current residence is in Motanga, which is in Kitui West.
Still in Kitui West.
Still in Kitui West.
Yeah. Now, I will ask you some few questions here, which do not need an explanation, just a yes or no. So here we go. Have you complied with the requirements of KRA regulations?
Honorable Chair, yes I have.
Have you complied with the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI?
Yes I have.
Do you have clearance from the Credit Reference Bureau, CRB?
Yes, I have.
Do you have clearance from HELP, Higher Education Loans Board?
Honorable Chair, I do have.
Do you have clearance from Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC?
Yes, Chair, I am there.
Have you been checked in a court of law, and if convicted, can you kindly give details?
Honorable Chair, I've never been convicted in a court of law.
Were you ever adversely mentioned in an investigatory or parliamentary report?
Honorable Chair, no.
Do you hold dual citizenship?
The sports. I also intend to initiate sports competition and tournaments at our wards once the facilities are up to standard. And just to mention something that I saw in our neighboring county, Embu County, they have Talent Academy. I'm aware that in Kitui we don't have one. So if we do a nice talent or talent academy, sports, ranging from athletics, ranging from football, ranging from stand-up comedy, ranging from modeling and all those, will be in a position to identify niches, because it is a continuous process. And through your collaboration, because I am aware under Article 195, the obligation bestowed in this committee to the honorable members, chair and members, I will work closely with you. I will rely on you because you are the grounds people and you are the stewards. And I know with those many programs and many more, we will be able to achieve the agenda.
value of 24 million.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I have a second question to you, Nason. There are many sporting disciplines as apart from soccer and volleyball that you have just mentioned. And I would like you to take you beyond the two disciplines that our youth in Kitui County are directly involved. I would like to get you an answer. What plans do you have to nurture more sporting activities in the county other than the two main sporting activities of soccer and volleyball?
Thank you, Honorable Member, through the Chair. Majorly, there is a niche. And looking at our constitution, there is an overlap of functions in my department between the county government and the national level. However, we have a mandate to undertake. We, as I mentioned before, we have a talent scouting academy, and this is an opportunity for us to tap and develop capacity, not only football and athletics. As I mentioned, we have things like stand-up comedy, and I am aware, I'm informed, and I know maybe members have seen all of them on the smartphone. We can tap into the stand-up comedy, the digital content creation. That is what we will be doing in the Talent Academy. We will also boost capacity and bring scouts for specific sporting activities, name them athletics, modeling, stand-up comedy, content creation, football, volleyball, indoor games that are a way of coming a long way into boosting the sporting arena. Thank you.
Chair, I'm done.
Thank you. We recognize the presence of our honorable member from Zambani.
I want to
You can wave.
the presence in our midst of our honorable speaker of the Council Center of Kitui.
Okay, thank you. We recognize the presence of our HR, Mr. Ndeleva. Just to stand up, yeah. Okay, fine. To the next question, where we have Honorable Dangara.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and you're much welcome, Nason Kangalia. Now, you seem a bit soft. I don't know whether you're a sporting person, really. You look a bit cool. Maybe you'll tell us the kind of sporting that you do, because you look a bit cool. Sporting people are always active in what they do. But anyway, you tell us what kind of sport you do. You realize that Kitui County has been doing sporting just the normal traditional way. You know, people just go there saying, do you know how to play this game? Do you know how to play that game? And you have been, you know, our county, whenever you go to play with other counties, you know, we don't make we don't make any progress. We come home hearted, all right, due to the budding sporting tradition in Kitui County. Tell us, what are some of the parameters that you're going to make, tangible parameters, to make sure that the sporting activities in Kitui County get into the levels that maybe our young people are able even to go to higher national leagues and even international sporting activities?
Thank you, Honorable Member, through the Chair. I talked about the Talents Academy and the Sports Academy. That will be all in one. That is at the county level. I recognize that in our Constitution 2010, we have wards as the administrative units, and Chair, all these honorable members are attached or identity to various wards. We will work in partnership with the national government to set up satellite facilities to be a feeder to the major talents academy and sports academy at the county level. And maybe because of limited resources, we may begin with the sub-counties. And when we do that, we will look for professionals, professional sports consultants to help us scout for talents at primary level. I know the Ministry of Education, we will partner with the Basic Education Department so that we mainstream the activities. We have sports at events which come to our schools at primary level, at secondary level. Those are areas where I can tell you we have a lot of potential to harness. And just on a light note to mention, the other day as I was passing, I passed through Nzambani. They had a sporting activity, and because I wanted to learn from the environment in the roles of the job that I'm coming to undertake, and the honorable member for Nzambani was there. He can bear me witness. Being your colleague, we have a lot of talent. So if we do those facilities and bring those scouts and professionals and link up with the Basic Education Department, we will come up with stratified ways of engaging and building those talents so that we can get them to the national level, and we have the goodwill, and I know I will have your support.
So through Madam Chair, maybe some bit of follow-up question. Already national government has declared that through our sport CS, who is a son of this soil, that they are starting scouting activities to make sure that we try to get some of the talents that we have. How are you prepared? What are you to make sure that you do so that you are not caught, you know, having not prepared your county so that we benefit out of this government program? That's number one. And then the other thing, you realize that the county assembly of Kitui has 80% young people, and I'm very happy that we have MCS of your age. Now, how are you going to make sure that you use these young people to make sure that at the end of the day you achieve on your goals?
First of all, how to tap into the programs of the national government. I think the most important thing, Honorable Chair and members, is to have a nice stakeholder engagement matrix. And in the world of community development, work plans are guides to establishment of agendas to achieve. I know the national government has a work plan. At the county government, we have a work plan. We shall endeavor to sit down with them and harmonize the work plan so that we avoid duplication of roles, and where they can add us resources to have capacity to implement our programs, because in budget allocation there are shortfalls sometimes, but you allocate resources based on priority. Through those partnership, yes, we will be able to boost capacity and join work plans, and I know in the spirit of working together we will achieve our agenda. That is number one. Number two, how we intend to I intend to tap into the privilege of having many young people. In the words of a Spanish painter, Pablo who later became Pablo Picasso, who later became a philosopher, the youth are not prudent enough to know much, and they try out the impossible and achieve it generation by generation. We have challenges like unemployment. We have challenges like lack of the requisite skills. I intend to use the Skills Academy and also tap into the programs of the national government, because as I said, the young people as a resource. Yes, we will be able to achieve the agenda through identifying niches as a participatory, integrated way of engaging the young people. Thank you, Honorable.
Okay, fine, thank you. We go to the next question, and before that, we recognize the presence of Honorable Member from Kwavonza, Mark Ndinga. You stand up. Not taking, yeah, okay, fine. It's the member, we wanted to recognize him. I think that's all. Another member who is around. And remember our policy before we started, we said that we should keep our phones on flight mode. Yeah, and then after we finish, we don't interact with the members of public. You leave at your own pleasure. Okay, we go to the next question, please, from Honorable Mlandi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, Honorable Judy Diwanza, Chairperson of this committee, to our able nominee, in the position of Chief Officer, Youth, Sports, ICT and Innovation. Welcome to this committee.
Thank you.
Mine is just topic. One is according to Public Procurement Asset Disposal Act of 2005, any procuring entity shall allocate at least 30% of its procurement budget for the purpose of procuring goods, works and services from micro and small enterprises owned by youth, women and PWDs. What plans do you have to make sure that the youth in Kitui County have access to 30% government procurement opportunities? I hope you have grasped the question well. Yes. I am elected member, a youth in this case. The youths in my ward, Motongune ward, saw it wise that they can have one of their own to voice their grievances, their concerns in the county assembly. So please, we would like to know the plans that you have for the youth in this county, so they can get the 30% government procurement opportunities. The other thing is about we have had you introducing yourself to us. This committee, through the chairperson, would like to know your marital status. Thank you. He has not explained, she has not quoted about his marital status. Please, to you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Mutonguni. Through the Honorable Chair, first, I wish to declare that I'm single. Part 2, affirmative action, 30% is enshrined in Vision 2030 in the spirit of implementation of strategic programs. We have a data center as a county, I'm aware, and through infrastructure invested in different departments, because we have 26 departments, the CEOs, we will develop a nice framework of data. And Madam Chair, I'm a mathematician. We will do a nice database, and we will heavily rely on the honorable members, come up with registered youth entities for doing businesses. Some are partnerships, some are limited. And with that database, because the law requires us to comply, and I'm a law compliant citizen, we will stratify the departments, because we have procurement officers assigned to the respective departments. And after undertaking maybe a procurement exercise of works and services, we will do an evaluation as one of the compliance measures, because we have a provision for youth that is under the AGPO. We will evaluate ourselves based on how many youths applied for XYZ jobs that were provided for by for the youth, and that way, as a measure of performance evaluation, we will be able to tell whether our youth are benefiting from our programs, and if they are not, we will come up with intervention measures. And one of the intervention measures is mentioned largely in the Governor's Manifesto, the Youth Infrastructure Savings Program. That is an integrated program, ranges from training young people between the age of 18 to 35 and assisting them to register entities. We have limited companies, and we have business names, and we have compliance certificates. We have for those that are doing works, we have NCA and others. We will ensure that our youth know what is required, because in the spirit of the Constitution, public participation is indispensable. They are aware, that is dissemination of knowledge, and train them, that is boosting skills, and evaluate ourselves, encourage them to apply, and give them these jobs. I am very passionate about the Buy Kitui, Build Kitui agenda. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
You are done, Honorable Mlandi. Before we continue, we recognize the presence of our honorable member from Tedhumula Ward, I think, Sokwa Mutongo. Yes, please, Paul Maluki. And then we recognize the presence of Honorable Charity Musyoka. Yeah. Okay, thank you. The other question, we'll take it from Honorable Mawa Frida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Nason. Information, communication, and technologies are a diverse set of technologies, technological tools, and resources used to transmit, store, create, share, or exchange information. As a Chief Officer for ICT, what initiative will you employ to tap the advantage of the ICT platform we have?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Through the Chair, the Honorable Chair. As you are aware, Honorable Members, we have many digital platforms, and tapping into the potential of technology is indispensable in the 21st century. I recognize the fact that we need to tap into the potential of this sphere. However, I will put measures to tap into. I know we have Facebook, we have WhatsApp groups. Those will be key. Recognize wards as our administrative units into dissemination of information in terms of programs are happening at the county level, so that we comply with the Constitution. In the spirit of the digital space, the national government is also in the process of digitizing its 5,000 services. We have ICT hubs, or rather referred to as innovation centers, And in the first dispensation of the devolved system, that is 2013 to 2017, in Kitui County, under the stewardship of His Excellency the Governor, we were able to establish a resource center in Kitui South in Chwane. We have one in Mwitika and we have another one in Mwingi. We will use those resource centers to train the youth, because as I mentioned, I'm a youth and I'm passionate matters youth. Train them on how to undertake maybe the facilities of the 5,000, the digitized services, and also go a long way into training them, use Wi-Fi that we shall provide in those centers to know how to go about the digital services that are contained in the space, so that we may go a long way into tapping that potential. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mawa. You are through. Okay, please, the next question. I think Jeremiah, before you take yours, follow-up question. Okay, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. And I'm just bringing a follow-up question from what Honorable Mawa has asked and you have responded. Most of these resource centers that we have just mentioned, they are just buildings. They were never equipped and not facilitated. And hence you are saying they are going to benefit our youth in terms of ICT, transformations and so forth. Please confirm your plan as a CEO into this. Number two, I'm aware that you went through the annual development plan that was prepared a week ago. Confirm whether you know the allocation under your department in terms of budgetary allocation, and if it is enough to equip the resource centers that we have just said. And then finally, the platforms on Facebook and WhatsApp, there is an alarming rate and a changing trade that has never been there. For the first regime of under the Governor Julius Makoma Lombe, we did not see a lot of activity on social media. Right now, the WhatsApp groups are being abused by the youths. Many threats and abuse and bloggers. All these people under your department. What are control measures you are going to put as our CEO to ensure that these youths are tapped and they are doing something meaningful apart from bloggers?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Through the Honorable Chair, I'm aware that we do not have enough capacity. I can confirm to this committee that I looked at the contents of the annual development plan. We are short of our budget, and as I said, the implementation is on a rolling basis. And in areas where we lack enough financial capacity, looking at what the governor has done is identifying non-governmental organization partnerships by a way of merging work plans and pulling together financial resources. I will, in my department, undertake reforms and programs in conformity with that spirit, so that we boost the resource centers. And as I said, in liaison with the national government, undertake joint ventures, maybe training to tap into the capacity they have, so that we ensure that those resource or rather ICT centers are functional and they are benefiting the community, because what is contained in those resource centers are resources, public resources, that are not currently benefiting the community. On the next bit on abuse and control measures. One of the mitigation measures of ensuring that the youth comply or rather don't abuse the social media platforms is by ensuring that they are engaged. In the Governor's Manifesto, we have a program to train youth on Kazi kwa Mtaani program, and in doing so, because we have the skilled youths, we have the semi-skilled, and we have the non-skilled, we will be able to tap into the potential so that those youths have meaningful engagements in such a way that
they don't even have time to abuse the privilege they have in the social media platforms. That is number one on the abuse. Then the next one on the abuse is that we have
training programs in partnership with maybe NGOs and the religious groupings around. We shall tap into their programs of training youth on drug abuse, behavior change, so that we have a transformational society. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you. I think you are through, Honorable German. Honorable Jacinta.
Mr. Nason, how do you plan to implement participatory planning in the department you are going to head? Thank you.
participatory integrated community development
is a mode of engagement where we draw a stakeholder engagement matrix, looking at the stakeholders in the youth, docket, the sports and ICT. We shall endeavor to do a broad stakeholder engagement plan or other matrix that encompasses the programs that we intend to undertake in our financial year. That is contained in the annual development plan, and subsequent to that contained in the county integrated development plan, which is a 5-year document. That way we will have handled that bottleneck. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Okay, thank you. Jacinta, you're through. The next question we go to Honorable Munyoki.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions. Number one is on National Digitization Program. You understand very well that it includes strategies, policies, and nationwide initiatives on digital skills which aim at promoting and supporting digital skills development for ICT specialists, workforce, general citizens, and education system. How do you plan to ensure that Kitui County benefits from the National Digitization Program?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Member, for choosing through the Honorable Chair. The National Digitization Program is a national government undertaking in the spirit of partnership and in full realization of the fundamental engagements the first dispensation and our current governor undertook. We had BTS stations, and 25 in number were built all over to boost technology coverage, that is network. That was a project undertaken through partnership with the national government and non-governmental agencies like Safaricom. We will undertake programs of partnership in that area to boost the capacity we have financially and also tap into the level of technology at that level, so that we realize in the spirit of what the president is undertaking, setting up Wi-Fi centers, digitizing government services. And on that, if you allow me, creating or digitizing government programs goes a long way into solving the problem of shortfalls in achieving the contribution of fiscal allocation to what we are given by the national government. By digitizing services like parking, e-receipting, and maybe other services that we recognize that are income generating units to the county, like the mechanization services, we shall tap into the space of digital national digitization process. Make sure that we solve the problem of shortfall in collecting by digitizing. That is number one. And also make sure that we foster the spirit of accountability by complying. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Through the chair, you have partially answered my second question, but I would like you to answer it clearly. Being in charge of ICT, what plans do you have? How will you utilize the ICT sector to better the services, especially to curb corruption, especially on revenue collection sector?
Thank you, Honorable Member, for choose award. Indeed, we have to undertake our responsibilities informed by the fact that we should borrow from our neighbors. Nairobi County has led by example by digitizing some of their services and having KRA as a collection agency. We may not fully do what they are doing. However, we shall, in my stewardship, if approved by this committee, we shall establish online parking platform. That is a framework, and looking at the reality, we will have boosted capacity, and will have boosted revenue shortfall by approximately 56%. That is pilferage of resources. That is one. Two, establishing a structure of operation in terms of reporting, so that in performance tracking we know where we are. If you wake up today and want to know how much we collected from Kitui town parking services, you have a platform, you know who to approach, who is responsible, and whose sole mandate it is to ensure that that is actualized. That way we will have complied with the spirit of Article 10 of the Constitution of engaging the public and involving them in policy formulation and delivery. Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Asante. Dagara, you have a follow-up question? Kindly, we are about to end.
Thank you so much. Maybe some few social questions here and there. But first of all, let me back on the issues of youth. You realize that youth don't want stories. They want money in their pockets. What are some of the programs that you're going to put in place to make sure that youth have money in their pockets? Now, there was a program during the first tenure of our governor that was known as Youth Local Infrastructure Saving Investment Program. Nilikuwa kama kazi mtaani. So, are you going to revive that program? How are you also going to improve it so that we have our young people who have no jobs, at least they are handing something out of it? The last question. You are a young person, and you will be in charge of staff in your department. So many of them. Many of them have been there. They are hot guys. They know how these things are done. There are even cartels in the sporting industry. They are the ones who have derailed the sporting activities in this county. How are you going to handle them? We have also even young people there who are also single like you. How do you handle them as a young person?
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the RAC Award. Through the Honorable Chair, yes, it's true that we have the investment saving program. It is a nice program, and in the spirit of doing what is good and being compliant to the rule of law, I think I'll work hand in hand with you in reviving the program and coming up with more measures to make it more effective. Yes, I will revive it, and it is contained even in the governor's manifesto, because that will also boost what we may call in economics the gross domestic product of Kitui, the Buy Kitui, Build Kitui initiative.
Hospital and the main
how else I intend to
hospital. Those ones I have a lot of interest in them, but that does not mean that I'll neglect the rest. So if we have those suggestion boxes, then clients, when I refer to clients, I'm referring to patients. Patients can anonymously report such cases. Then another thing we will do is to create a culture of honesty and integrity among the healthcare workers. I believe that some of them are involved in these corruption scandals, maybe because of being demotivated to work. If they are motivated to work, if they are paid on time, if they are allowed, they get the training they require, if there is career progression, then someone of sound mind will not want to steal from the poor patients. Another way to end this rampant corruption is to install CCTV cameras and make sure those cameras are working. I don't know if we have CCTV cameras here at Kitui Referral Hospital, but if we have to ensure they are working. And not only at the pharmacy department, we need those even at maybe at lab, maybe at radiology, at the cash points where clients pay, and also at the exits. Sometimes drugs are taken out of the hospital through bags and all that. So some of those areas I'll take a lot of interest into, plus others. On the key challenges facing healthcare workers, and specifically in Kitui County, but which actually affects the whole country, is number one, delay in promotions. There are healthcare workers that have worked for so long and they have not been promoted. Number two is the issue of poor working conditions. Poor conditions in terms of unavailability of PPEs, which we call personal protective equipment, unavailability of drugs. Sometimes even something like gloves, you'll go and you're told there are no gloves. If it's the radiology department, we could have an availability of those films. Another key challenge facing our healthcare workers is delay in salary payments. However, I have done my research and I have established that between 2013 and 2017, our healthcare workers were paid on time. But things took a turn and they could go for 2-3 months with no pay. This will be a thing of the past. With technical support from this committee and the executive, we will ensure that our healthcare workers are paid on time. Then another issue that affects healthcare workers is a delay in remittance of the statutory deductions, where we have NHIF, NSSF, PAYE, we have bank loans. It has been seen in some counties. You find that, yes, you have gotten your salary, but the bank is calling you and asking you why you've not paid your loan for 2 months. This really demotivates healthcare workers, and it's a key challenge. I will try my best to solve, plus others.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. I am satisfied.
Okay. Mheshimiwa Vice Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My question is partially answered, but I will also ask it so that I can get it right. Dear Benson Wambua, there has been a lot of work turnover in the department you are fitted for.
Yes.
What are the causes, and what will you do if given the chance to motivate officers in your department so as to retain productivity and specialized medics and reduce turnover?
Well, actually that question is somehow similar to the question Mheshimiwa asked. So why do we have staff turnovers, especially when it comes to our specialists and consultants? One is because of the things I talked about, like delay in promotions. If you are having, say, a gynecologist here and they are paid, they are at job group M, and they have stagnated there for quite some time, if they get a greener pasture, another opportunity out there, they will run away. So to solve that, we will, of course, looking at our budget so that we do not balloon the wage bill. We will look at healthcare workers who have stagnated in the same job group for a long time, and then we will promote them in phases. All the cadres, not only the consultants, but all cadres, because those are our people, they are serving our people, and they deserve to be interactive.
Allow me to interrupt you briefly, Dr.
Yes, please.
Honorable members and members of the public who might be in attendance of this session, kindly, you are not allowed to assess your bonds or sell bonds. Put it off and keep it away from you. Thank you. You can continue, Dr.
Well, thank you, Chair. I was talking about promoting our healthcare workers in phases. We have to look at our budget, and of course now those that have stagnated for long, we promote them in phases, and we will have a discussion with them so that we can also have, through that we'll avoid cases of strikes. We just need to have a conversation with them, tell them we will ensure that all of them are promoted, and even in the governor's manifesto, he talks about having the right staff who are highly motivated to work. And one way of motivating staff is to ensure they are paid well. The issue of salary delays, which I've talked about, we will look into it and ensure there are no salary delays. I'm need to understand that currently our healthcare workers do not have a medical cover. The one they had for Britam has been suspended. I do not know the reason why it has been suspended, but I'll look into it because those staff have families to take care of, and especially when you have a young family, and you'll agree with me that when you have children, especially aged below 5, you will visit the hospital constantly. You cannot go for 3 months without going to the hospital. That is a fact. So imagine those people are paying from their pocket. That is a major disappointment for them. We look into that, and the governor wants to have the comprehensive NHIF back. That is what we are going to work on. I believe if we address those issues plus the ones that I talked earlier, we will be good to go and we will see a success in this, in the health department.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm okay.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Mheshimiwa Kasinga.
Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Chair, to ask the nominee questions. Dr. Benson. Once again, I'm Honorable Kasinga. I represent the people of Momoni and I'm a member of this committee. Congrats for making this far.
Thank you.
I check your age and I can see indeed with the track that you have taken, having been to Turkana, very far-fetched areas.
Yes.
For a young man, you must have been very courageous. You're not afraid of the bandits and the rest.
Yes.
Even going to Lokichogyo, you must be very determined to serve the lives, people in this country. Now, I would want you to tell us, you hail from Kitui. Much of what we go through as a people in Kitui, in the hospitals that we go to, public hospitals, the people of Kitui go to, many times you find, you see a doctor. That is, I'm talking about public hospitals.
Yes.
You see a doctor, and the next thing, before you blink your eye, the doctor is referring you to a certain facility, private facility outside the public hospital.
Yes.
The reasons being, one could be there are no drugs. Two, there's no CT scan in that, there are no machines, maybe an X-ray or something like that. And for other reasons, there are a lot of referrals to private hospitals, raising questions as to whether the referrals are actually indeed necessary, right? What is your take? Is it that our facilities, as we are now today, they are not capable of serving the public for which they are supposed to? Yeah. Is it they lack the facilities, they lack machines, they lack CT scans, they lack X-rays and the rest? I would want you to tell this committee whether you are aware of that kind of a situation, or is it a case of people, making a living out of the public service you employed, and you are making another case out there through a private facility? And as you answer that question, number two, I'm just touching on this. You have already addressed the issue of your non-payments, but we have a lot of casuals, Dr. Wambua. We have a lot of casuals in our hospitals. And as a result of having so many casuals, many of them have not been paid for a long time. For reasons that is not clear. The way the health centers, boards and facilities are run is opaque at the moment. So you meet somebody and tells you, I've not been paid for 1 year. And I can quote cases, which is not for this meeting. So how are you going to address the issues of the casuals that are so many in our facilities? Number three, and these are brief questions. You have indicated in your bio and in your brief that you run a facility, a health facility. Yeah. Would you want to clarify to this committee or to this committee whether you will have conflict or in terms of service because you have a health facility? Will you also be referring patients from here to the river because you are a mandate to that case, or runs it? Actually, I think that's what I would want you to tell us. And also, you're also pursuing a master's degree in health services systems management or something like that. What I want also to know, will you have time for the people of Kitui to serve them, or you'll be in office to pursue your education to better, which is okay. If you get a master's degree, we'll be happy. And last one, the hospitals normally charge, they collect money from the patients. And one time I interacted with one of the administrators of the hospitals. In the previous, this government that has gone was complaining that because because patients are going to the hospitals and being told to buy gloves. They're very, essential for theaters and the rest. So the idea was, if we could be allowed to spend money at source. So being the accounting officer, if you so get the opportunity to serve as the CEO, medical services, would you advocate for facility to spend money at source? Thank you, Dr. and Yeshua. Thank you, Chair.
Through the Chair, thank you, Mheshimiwa, for those questions. Let me start by, in a chronological order, starting from the doctors referring patients to private facilities. Now, to solve these issues, we have to look at the reasons why those patients are being referred. And as you rightfully asked, is it that we do not have drugs? Is it that we do not have those films? Is it that the lab reagents are not there? So we are looking at what could be the reason why our patients are being referred out there. I did a research at KCRH, and the most notorious department is the radiology, where patients are referred to outside facilities out here in town. I followed up and I realized that the excuse is that we do not have those films. Sometimes you are told the ultrasound machine is not working, the CT scan is not working. So to solve that issue, we will look at what we have, the machines and the diagnostic equipment that we have. Yeah? We will ensure that they are up and running. We will ensure that the radiology department has staff 24/7. So we will deploy, if it's the issue of staff absenteeism, we will deploy more staff at that department. At the Department of Pharmacy, which is also notorious when it comes to a client who goes and they are told there is no amoxicillin, there is no cefuroxime and such. In consultation with the Chief Officer, Drugs and Medical Supplies, and of course with the executive, we will ensure that our facilities are well stocked with health products and technologies, which we also refer to as essential drugs and medical supplies. If our hospitals are well stocked, then there is we will not have cases of our clinicians prescribing drugs that are not there and telling our clients to go out and get them from their private pharmacies. Then something that was done at KNH, sometimes if you go to a clinician, they will prescribe a particular molecule. So you say augmentin. Now, if you are so specific with the certain drug, sometimes at public hospitals, we might not be able to procure those expensive drugs because for us it's the essential drugs and medical supplies. So what will you do about that? We will encourage a culture of this, prescribing the molecule. So if it's say amoxicillin, they just write amoxicillin 500 mg, TDS, 5 for 5 days or 7 days, instead of going to specific brand. Because if that specific brand is not at the pharmacy, then they are told to go and buy it out there, right? Then we will also have the pharmacy department and the clinician working together. The clinicians get a report on the drugs that are available, what is available. Because for treatment of so many ailments, those antibiotics, you'll find that if you do not have erythromycin, you can replace it with azithromycin. If you do not have, there are classes of antibiotics, but they can still cure the same illness. So we'll look into that and ensure the drugs being prescribed to our clients are the drugs that we have at the facilities, with the exception of where we maybe in cancer treatment and those lifestyle diseases where we do not stock those commodities. Then on the issue of referrals from the radiology department, in consultation with the CEC, and of course we'll submit a report to this committee. We would like to have, if a client is being asked to be referred, maybe for a CT scan, ultrasound out there, let that let that be signed by the hospital admin or the med sup. That should be signed, not just the person at the imaging center referring them. We need to know why they are being referred. So that, because if they are signed and we see, for this week, I will get those reports weekly. For this week, if we have had, say, 10 clients referred for a certain procedure or for CT scan out there, now we need to know what is not working in our imaging center, and so that we can correct that. I believe that way will reduce the number of referrals, because you do realize that our people do not have that money. They don't have money to go and to 5,000 to spend on health. Yeah. So on the issue of casuals, yes, we have casuals. I'm told we have casuals that have not been paid for quite a time. Now we need to look at where we have casuals, and for the record, there are two types of casuals. We have the medical casuals, and then we have the non-medical casuals. When I talk of casuals in the medical field, I'm talking of those nurses that are contracted to do locums. If you look at KCRH, KCRH is the Kitui County Referral Hospital. We currently have, the permanent nurses that we have is around 142 against a requirement of 700. Now you see we have to fill this gap. So for effective service delivery, we will hire more permanent nurses and more permanent healthcare workers. Of course, that is in considering the budget. Then on the CHVs, we also form some are part of the state casuals, and I am sure the CEO for public health will be interested in that. I read the governor's manifesto, and he was very clear that he is aiming to reinstate those CHVs and have their monthly stipend paid on time. So we will work with the CEO of public health to ensure that our CHVs are reinstated and paid on time. Then on the other casuals that have not been paid, of course, I am sure there is a committee looking to that. So my idea is that when we are budgeting for those facilities, we budget for the salaries of those casuals. But of course, that is not sustainable. That is a short-term plan. The long-term plan is to have all those casuals employed on permanent basis. I'll go to the issue of the private facility that I own. I would like to confirm to this committee that I do not manage the daily operations of those private hospital and the pharmacy. I'm only a director, and I do not run the day-to-day duties. So there will be no conflict of interest. Because if this committee approves and approves my name and I'm subsequently appointed, I will cease to be director in those two companies. You talked of, the Honorable Chair talked of the master's degree that I am pursuing. I am happy to let you know that it's what we call distant learning. So I do, normally I do evening classes, and sometimes it's an online course. So, of course, during the day I will be working for the great people of Kitui, and in the evening I will be doing my reading. So I will ensure that I focus on the two, and of course, getting a master's is a good thing. On the issue of spending money at source, I do understand that there is a health bill that is already before the parliament, the county assembly. Yeah? We will fast track that bill. We will look into it. Of course, I have not gone through it, so we are going to look into it. And one of the issues highlighted in that bill is the spending money at source. Yes, spending money at source is good, but there needs to be checks and balances. Not just spending the money at source. There has to be a way there has to be a policy on that, how that money is going to be spent. Yeah, I think, Honorable Chair, that's it.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. I'm satisfied and thank you for the answers, Dr.
Okay. Mheshimiwa Hussein Mwande, I can see you are on mic.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, for capturing my eye. Mr. Chair. Okay. Dr. Musyoka Benson.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Through the chair, I would ask 2 questions. One, we have ambulance services. Are they medical services? I need a yes or no question, answer.
Yes, they are.
They are. Okay, based on that, the Bill of Rights, that is the Constitution now, the chapter of Bills of Rights. Article 26 of our Constitution talks of the right to life. Yes, is it so?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. 2 of it says a person shall not be deprived of life intentionally, except to the extent authorized by this Constitution or any other written law. Could there be other written laws governing the ambulance services? Since in most of the times, if a patient asks for an ambulance, it takes time, or is taught to fuel the vehicle. Could there be, in your own understanding about the Kitui count, could there be laws which are authorizing people to deprive others' life? Okay. Together with that, what plans would you take to ensure that ambulance services are improved? And lastly, when we talk of ambulance services, what is supposed to be in an ambulance? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the Honorable Member representing the people of Ikuda.
Yeah.
Is it?
Exact.
Great.
You are right.
Talks of if there are policies governing ambulance services. And I would like to confirm, yes, there are. Some counties have implemented those. And I do understand that here in Kitui County, there is a draft on the ambulance policy. That draft is a document that we can look into, fast track it, present it to this committee, and subsequent to the county assembly. Of course, do the amendments where it's necessary and have it implemented. Number 2, currently we have a total of 46 ambulances. The information that I've gathered is that out of those 46, only 22 are operational. So that tells you that we have 24 ambulances that are stalled, that are somewhere in the garages. Now, my first assignment in regard to ambulances is to look into that. And of course, in the consultation with the CEO, transport, in border, we will ensure those ambulances are up and running. Then we will have, for every ambulance, we'll have 2 drivers so that the ambulance is running 24/7. We'll make sure that they are regularly serviced. Then you asked what should an ambulance have? An ambulance, of course, I talked of an ambulance having 2 drivers. An ambulance should have what we call BLS, basic life support equipment, with the oxygen. And then, most importantly, an ambulance has to have paramedics who are trained and qualified. And the issue of ambulance, Chair, is very emotive to me. Last year, around April, I lost my brother because of suspected cardiac arrest. I believe that if we had an ambulance stationed somewhere, and
to uplift the lives of our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Through the chair, there are very many groups, and that is right. You're very right. One of the things that people run to is forming a cooperative just for the sake of it being called a cooperative. The truth is, there are very many groups that are probably in the same localities doing similar things. My plan is to bring all those groups doing similar things into one big group and form them into a cooperative. After they have been educated and they know what exactly it is. Having done that, we have the trade department with the marketing guys in the trade, and we have the guys doing branding. We want, and the guys in industry and innovation, we want them to come on board because we have to link, we have to work in a team and ensure that whatever these groups or cooperatives are doing, there is value addition. They are not just selling Ndengu because it's Ndengu. They are selling Ndengu because it's good quality Ndengu. It is a honey that is being packaged and given a brand, even made in Kitui, honey from Kitui, and a name like Amaki are doing. We want to see a duplication of that and a multiplication of that kind of thing, so that we can sell products from Kitui. And guys, let me tell you this. We have East Africa Community. We have now what we are calling, we have commerce, and we have African Free Trade Area, which has taken effect. So the world is out there for us to capture, to conquer in business terms. So we need innovation. We need to be able to bring people on board who will provide technical support to these groups to improve what they are doing and publicize their work, and you'll see how much money they can be brought to this county. We are very rich. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question. Have you been a politician, or have you thought of being a politician, or what?
Honorable Chair, I've never thought of being a politician. I don't know how it starts.
Yes.
So I'm still there.
Yeah. This I'm saying because politicians keep on ending, saying the last one, asking the last one and the last one. We have said we have the last question, and now I have seen a politician. He's a member of us. He wants to ask one burning issue before we conclude.
Thank you through the chair and giving me the last question. Are you aware of the trust and investment in Yata Kwabonza? And if yes, what are your plans to make it operate and bring more revenue to the county government of Kitui?
Sorry, Mheshimiwa, did you say Crusher?
Yeah, Crusher investment.
Yeah, thank you. I know, through the chair, I know that Crusher is some place called Wakilui. I know it is more in the other department, but of course we work as a team, and all of us have ideas to make it work. One of the things that I can do and help, in terms of thinking, is that because it's already an investment, money has been sunk there, it's our money, we should make it profitable. These days people are buying cocoto or ballast from Vika and the other counties, yet we can actually buy it from here, and it's good quality. I've seen it. One of the things we can do is publicize its existence. That's one thing, so that people can buy from there. The other thing that we can do is ensure that there is control in terms of what goes out of the crushing machine and onto the truck, and there is no loss of what we have produced, because that is what we should count as our output, and that is what should bring revenue to the county. Because I know there could be leakages, I don't know exactly, but it is possible that there could be leakages, and that would mean that we are losing revenue. So controls for how it operates, and how it gets, whatever gets out, and how it is sold, and how the money gets into the coffers of the county.
Thank you for that input, though not in your docket. You have shed light on the crusher. And now I want to give you a moment of to kindly conclude your remarks as we wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable members of this committee. I feel greatly privileged to have been accorded this opportunity to sit before you. It's actually a privilege to sit before you and explain myself. And I want to say that my commitment is to make Kitui a better place. Quality service delivery, participation of our people, interaction with these members and the members of the assembly. And I want to preside over an era of consultation and teamwork right here with this committee and others that are in the office, the technical teams, even those that are out in the field. I want to hope that you will find it fit to recommend me to the governor for appointment to this position. It will be an honor to me, and which I will greatly appreciate. And I want to say that we will work as a team with you. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members, members of the service, and one, Mr. Ponge Moni. I thank you all for being in this exercise, listening to the presentations, the way our nominee has been answering the questions. Thank you, members, for the good questions you have put across. And now I also take opportunity to thank our members from the public who have come, spare their time to be here with us and listen to the way this, our county CEO is coming to do to us. I want to tell you, this committee will be writing the report on how you have presented yourself here, and I'm sure the committee have seen something good in you. So I'm not I'm not telling them that they are going to approve, yeah, but we'll be approving you or not approving you according to how you have presented yourself to this committee. Very soon you get a communication, but hoping and be optimistic that we'll be working with you soon after their recommendation. Ours is to listen to you and report to the county assembly. The county assembly is the one which will be doing your approval. So kindly note that we will be presenting this to our county assembly and for them to approve. So thank you everybody who has found time to come. God bless everybody. God bless our county. Thank you.
We will look at the equipment that are functional and those that are not functional. For those that are not functional, we will look into the issue and see if we can have them repaired. You do realize that we have a cadre known as biomedical engineers who work in the health facilities. So I am going to look into the staff returns, know the number of medical engineers that we have. We will task them. Of course, we will give them the technical support. We will task them to check those equipment, and those that are working, those that are obsolete, we will look into our budget, and where possible, we will replace them. On the issue of having those diagnostic equipment but not having a qualified staff to maybe run them, I am not aware of that. So I'm going to ask for the staff returns for the whole county. We'll look into the staff that we have, and if it's yes that we have some equipment but no one to operate them, then we'll embark on recruitment of the said staff. If it's the issue of maybe sometimes we have staff, but because those equipment, no one bothers those equipment, you will find those staff in the office reading daily nations and such. So we will ensure that all the staff we have employed, and particularly in the Department of Health, are useful and that they are working. On revenue collection, and I will improve this, I want to use the case example of Kitui County Referral Hospital. Currently, they are collecting around 17 million per month. A big chunk of this money comes from NHIF, but there are still leakages. How are we going to solve these leakages? Number one, for the NHIF clients, we are going to ensure that there is proper documentation. Chair, if you capture a client details wrongly and you send that to NHIF, it will be rejected. And if maybe the claim was around 2,000, that is revenue lost. So if we improve on the documentation, we will increase the revenue collection. Number two, I would like us to go cashless, especially at Kitui Referral Hospital and Mungi Level 4 Hospital. By this I mean there is no cash payment. It's through the M-Pesa, and I believe that that has been tried, but I know there are still leakages. So we want to ensure there are no leakages. So if a client comes, walks into the hospital, starts at the registration, goes to the triage, then goes to see the clinician, then the client is sent maybe to lab or pharmacy, the billing process has to be automated. And what is captured in the bill, what is paid, has to be equal to whatever is paid by the client at the end of the day. If they are paying by cash and they are paid 700, we need to see the system capturing that client was billed a total of 700. Yeah? Not a case of whereby there are a lot of gaps and leakages, especially when it comes to billing. That is something we want to align and make sure it's proper and working. Then of course there is what I talked about earlier. They call it Cusco clients. So a patient comes to a department, and then instead of maybe at the dispensing, there is no record that they were given drugs. I'm just using that as an example. I'm not being harsh on the pharmacy department because I'm on record. So I'm not being harsh on them. I'm just using it as an example. So if maybe a client comes to the pharmacy, which is now they are getting the drugs to go home. They are given the drugs. Maybe if the bill was coming to 700, they give the officer on duty maybe 300, and they are given those drugs, and there is no accountability. There is nothing posted on the system. Now that is revenue lost, and that is a case example of corruption. Those are things we are going to look into and ensure we do not have such cases. And I am very passionate about this. We mean business. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Chair. Thank you, Dr. Mbuno. Yes,
Thank you, my brother, Dr. Musoka. I'm very happy of seriousness, and I think you will transfer that seriousness to that docket, which is very essential to the people of Kitui. I just want to ask you, as just a question. There's some time, if you go to some facilities, you find that the medical personnel is not around. And sometimes we have a patient who is indeed in need at that time. This has resulted some delay in the provision of the services, and some services maybe they are emergency. And in that case, you have been told that the doctor, we have to call the doctor or you have to call the nurse. What strategy or policy you are going to put to address that issues? Because it is one of the manest thing which is going on within our facilities. I can give you an example with Katumbo. I know you know Katumbo. I was there. I find the nurse is not there. There was a mother who was in labor pain. So I had to give my car for that person to be transferred to Kitui General Hospital. So how can you address that issue?
Thank you very much, Honorable Vodi. Through the chair. Yes, I do believe that in some scenarios there is absenteeism from work, not only in Kitui, but in very many other counties. And one of the ways to solve this is to find the root cause, the root cause of the matter. Why are staff not absent in the facilities? Are they running private facilities? Are they demotivated? Are they sick? Is it depression? Because you do believe that we have a lot of cases of depression with healthcare workers. So for me, the first priority and my first strategy is to create a good working relationship with our staff. I believe that if our staff are motivated, then there will be no reason not to report to their duty station. Number two, we need to be hands-on, especially on matter supervision. So you do believe that at the chief, that at the chief officer medical services, there is below me there is the county director of health, then there is the assistant directors, heads of various departments, all the way to the staff. So if we have supervision, if supervision is done well, and if it's lab, there is the head of lab department, there is the head of nurses. They are the one responsible. They are the people that will task and ask them, why is it that there is no nurse at Katumbo dispensary? Another issue or another point is on staff duty rota. We will ensure that there are staff duty rotas, monthly duty rota. That way, the heads of department will actually come up with those duty rotas and submit the same to MedSops or the hospital admins. With a duty rota, we are able to establish the staff who was responsible for the shift and at what time. So that way, we will ensure that everyone there is a schedule for all that. Then for Kitui and Mingi level 4, because those are our biggest hospitals, we will start with those. We can have installation of biometrics. If you install biometrics, it's not that expensive. It's something that it's actually cost effective. Whereby, if our staff comes to the hospital, to their department, or to the hospital, there is somewhere they put their biometrics to log in, and the time they are leaving, they also put to log off. That way, we can review that and know if our staff are on duty. So those are just some examples, some ways, and some strategies. There will be many other strategies in consultation with the CEC. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to wish you the best, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mheshimiwa Munira.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Benson, if approved by this honorable committee and subsequently get appointed, what are you going to do differently to ensure that healthcare is a success in our county?
Thank you, Honorable Munira. Through the chair, if approved by this committee and subsequently appointed, I want to assure you that we will succeed in provision of quality, affordable healthcare. My aim and my passion is to make healthcare accessible to our people. From my training, from my work experience, I have what it takes. I believe it's all about the passion that you have and the willingness to do that. Of course, working with this committee, and I know this committee is very much dedicated and very passionate, because even for you, when your time comes, the members whom you represent will ask you why is it that this dispensary has no nurses? Why is it that this dispensary is still not complete? You will be tasked. So my wish is that we work together with the aim of improving healthcare services in Kitui County. And I am passionate, and I am sure we will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Benson. I wish you the very best of luck. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mheshimiwa Mbuno.
Thank you, Chair. I had one follow-up question with regard to our patients in Kitui County, the cancer patients.
Yes.
What do you have to say to those patients once this committee approves you and subsequently get appointed such that they can get the services chemotherapy services being done within our county? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbuno, Daktari. I am actually aware that, through the chair, I am aware that you at one point worked at the cancer clinic, because I saw you there. Actually, we do not really have a cancer treatment center in Kitui. It's a cancer clinic, and majorly we do what we call palliative care, whereby we want to alleviate pain that the cancer patients go through. So I know this sounds difficult, but I know it's doable. We can establish a cancer treatment center in Kitui. That's a long-term goal. Establishment of a cancer treatment center in Kitui. If we do that, honorable members, we will not only help our people, but also improve revenue collection. Because from the neighboring counties like Embu, maybe from the people of Machakos, they just past Kwabonza, you go to which town? Is it Chua and Katangi? It's closer to them. Kitui Referral Hospital is closer to them than Machakos Level 5 Hospital, yeah? So if we have a cancer treatment center, we will help our people. One, those expenses of traveling all the way to Kenech or Eldoret for treatment, we will cut those costs. And number two, revenue collection. That is our revenue way. That's a gap in revenue collection, and if we have that cancer treatment center, we will greatly increase our revenue collection. So I believe it's doable with a lot of consultation from the national government, through the governor, the CEC, the honorable members. I believe we can do this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm satisfied.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This one came to me as Dr. Benson tried to answer some questions.
Yes.
It's about the issue of the very poor in our society.
Yes.
And, you know, of course, when I say the very poor, it comes to paying of bills. A time comes when they have been discharged from the hospitals, and the bills are quite high in our public hospitals, that is in our level of hospitals. Now, are you aware of the mechanisms or the ways of waiving their bills? Some of them come asking for the bills to be waived because they cannot pay. Are you aware of any established structure? And if not, if you got the opportunity to serve the CEO, would you recommend the same or establish the same so that you can alleviate? Some of them get bills 50,000 and you see the family has nothing. They can be able to, and they have to run to leaders, go to Dr. Mbuno, and they keep on pleading. But we would want to know whether you are aware of any structured way they can be assisted so that it doesn't have to be a little bit, you know, chaotic in the way they are handled. And that can add value. And the last one is, in a nutshell, who is Dr. Benson Wambua? Is it the serious face we are seeing here? Is Dr. Wambua out there an amiable person who blends easily with the society, including, of course, the staff you need to be leading together with the members here? I'm sure that question I've asked, you told us your wife is in the gallery. Yeah. Perhaps you'll have to be very serious when answering that question.
Thank you, Chair. Your first question on offsetting of bills. I would like to tell this committee that first, at the various levels of our healthcare system, where we have like dispensaries, at the dispensaries, unless otherwise stated, patients do not normally pay. Yeah? And there is something we call cost sharing, which happens in public hospitals. Because if you go to a private facility, the kind of a bill that will be given and the one another person is given at a public hospital, the difference will be maybe 10 times. So we have been doing cost sharing, and the county government subsidizes, normally subsidize a lot for those patients. So I would not want to lie to this committee or assure you of something that you cannot achieve. I'm an honest person. I know the hospital is one of the sources where the county gets revenue. So we will look into that issue. Of course, there are isolated cases where members cannot pay. But where our people, the people of Kitui, can pay with the arrangement of cost sharing, we will encourage them to pay. But where, and those cases are not so many, where someone cannot totally pay, then we will waive that bill. I think that is the way to go, but that, I cannot do that alone. I have a CEC Health, and I have this committee. We will sit down and deliberate on that. Thank you. On who is Benson? Benson is a son of this soil. He was born here. I went to school here. He comes here. And to the public, I am a good person, or so I believe. I am a team member. I work well with others, and I'm generally a happy person. You have seen me smiling as you ask the questions. That is me. I smile. I am, yeah, my wife can attest, she's somewhere. I know she's listening and she's happy. So, yeah, I am a good person. I am a caring father. I am a good husband. And I am a good son of my father. I am sure I will be not only working with you, but I will be friends with you, because that is me. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Before I give you an opportunity to give you your final remarks, since your wife has been anniversary mentioned, yes, kindly let us wave her.
She's the one in yellow.
Thank you. Now I want to give you an opportunity to give your final remarks to this committee. Please.
Thank you very much, Chair. First, I would like to appreciate this committee for you. I know you are actually on your recess. You call it recess.
Yes.
But you found time to come and do the vetting for us. We do not take that lightly. We appreciate. Thank you so much. There is a place for you guys up there. I want to thank His Excellency, the Governor, for nominating me for this position, for believing in me. I'm sure he is expecting a lot from me, and I will not fail him. For the honorable members of this great county, I want to assure you that we will work together for our people, because we are here to serve our people. That is why we are here. That is why we are seated here today. That is what we will embark to do. And where there are disagreements, we will sit down and iron them out, because our ultimate goal is to make healthcare better in this county. And not only healthcare, but all the other departments, be it agriculture, be it water, everything. So, thank you very much also to the people of Kitui, and thank you very much to my parents for taking me to school. Had I not gone to school, I'll not be here today, right? Thank you very much.
Chair. Benson, are you not pleading with us? We consider you because we have not mentioned.
Oh
anything.
yeah. When I talked of you finding time from your leave or your recess, that is exactly where we are. So I'm also kindly requesting you to consider my approval, so that we can start working for these great people. I know we are not. Time is not on us. You do realize that we have only a few months before the end of this financial year. So please consider me, approve me. Let us work. Thank you.
Thank you. I was about to tell Mheshimiwa Fodhi that you had done it kindly, in a kind way. Yeah. So thank you. Honorable members, I want also to take this opportunity to thank you for that very good interaction. Thank you very much. Mr. Dr. Benson Wambua, the committee will consider your submission and make appropriate communication or recommendation, sorry. Through the right procedures. Please remember to collect and check your original document as you leave.
Thank you very much.
and the county assemblies for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in the Republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our church. Amen. Members, may I request the clerk to give us our today's agenda. and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interest you have committed to our charge. Amen. I now call upon the clerk to give us our today's agenda.
Good afternoon, honorable members. These are the agenda for this sitting. 1. Apologies. 2. Adoption of items of agenda. 3. Communication from the chair. 4. Approval hearings for 1. Kennedy Munyambo Mwendwa, nominee for the position of County Chief Officer, Department of Polytechnic, Vocational Centers and Homecraft Centers. Thank you.
Honorable members, these are our agendas for today, and I would request one honorable member to propose the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I propose.
Thank you, Honorable Munyao, for proposing.
The Chair, second.
Thank you, Maluki, for seconding the motion. The agenda, sorry. Honorable members, I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you to our today's sitting. As you are aware, on that today is 31st Tuesday, January 2023, and through an advertisement which was put in 23rd January 2023, we are expected to do an approval hearing for one of the nominees in the basic education ministry. Today we are going to have a hearing on Kennedy Munyambo Mwendwa, who is a nominee for appointment to the office of County Chief Officer, Department of Polytechnics, Vocational Centers and Homecraft Centers. I wish to draw to your attention that you have been provided with a file which you will be kindly make use of it for your reference as we continue with the process. I wish also to remind you, honorable members, that this is a committee sitting and we must, or rather we are expected to adhere to the normal committee protocol. You are supposed to maintain, or rather, we are supposed to be, rather, we are supposed to have time management in terms of whatever we are going to discuss today, so that we may take the least time possible. Also, members, remember that you are supposed to make minimal movements if at all you have to move out of the meeting. And again, members, I wish to inform you that we are not supposed to have our phones in the meeting. We are supposed to have them put off, or rather you can put them on a flight mode. Members, it's my expectation that we are going to abide by the protocol, and I hope at the end of the day we are going to have a seamless vetting process. Thank you. At this juncture, members, I want to ask our sergeant at arms to usher in our nominee for this process. Sergeant at arms. Honorable members, I want to draw to your attention the presence of our speaker who is with us behind. Welcome. Are you Mr. Kennedy Munyambu Mwendwa? Welcome and have a seat. Mr. Kennedy Munyambu Mwendwa, welcome to this hearing. We are going to have a friendly engagement, and I would request you to feel free, since we are going to have an interaction with you. So our process is on standing order number 190, which I will be reading to you later concerning this process. So I want to first, before anything, inform you that you will be supposed to take an oath, and you are reminded that whatever you are going to say in this committee must be the truth and the real truth, and any communication you are going to make at this committee should be directed to the chair of this committee. Mark Kitui, MCA of Yata Kwavonza Ward, and I will be chairing this hearing. So at this juncture, I want to ask our clerk to administer the oath to the nominee.
Going to hold this here like this. Hivi. Then nitakushikia hapo some. Shika hiyo. Kwa hii shika hiyo. Then you see you read everything and face the camera. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I, Kennedy Munyambu Mwendwa, do swear that the information that I shall give to this County Assembly Committee on Basic Education, Training and Skills Development regarding matters before the committee's consideration shall be truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Have a seat. You may now hand over your certificates to the clerk for further verification. Thank you. juncture, I want to now request our honorable members to introduce yourselves to the nominee. You say your name, the ward you represent, and also you declare whether you have any interest with the nominee. We can start with Maluki, going round like that.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Kennedy. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Honorable Paul Maluki, MCA kwa Mutonga Kitamula Ward, a member of this committee. I've got no conflict of interest.
Thank you, Maluki.
Good afternoon, Kennedy.
Good afternoon, honorable member.
My name is Gabriel Munyao, representing Kawi Ward, member of this committee. I do not have vested interests.
Thank you, Munyao.
Good afternoon, Kennedy.
Good afternoon, madam.
I'm Honorable Charity Musyoka, nominated MCA of no vested interests.
Thank you, Charity.
Good afternoon, Kennedy.
Good afternoon, madam.
Masi Mwema, committee member here. I have no conflict of interest.
Thank you, Masi.
Good afternoon, Munyambo.
Good afternoon, Honorable Joseph.
Yes, I'm Joseph Musyoka. They also call me Mamen. I'm here representing Zambani Ward. Just relax and feel free.
Thank you, Musyoka, for telling our nominee to relax.
Good afternoon, Munyambo.
Good afternoon, Honorable Musyoka.
My name is Cyrus Musyoka, member of County Assembly, representing the great people of Ikanga Chituna Ward, and member of this honorable committee. No vested interest.
Thank you, Musyoka.
Good afternoon, Kennedy.
Good afternoon, Jacinta.
I'm Jacinta Merimon, nominated MCA. I have no interest.
Thank you. Before Immaculate, you introduce yourself. Bite, you've not declared whether you have any interest with the nominee.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I just forgot. I have no conflict of interest. Welcome, Munyambo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kennedy.
Good afternoon, madam.
I'm Immaculate Wanzajo, nominated MCA, member of this committee, and I have no conflict of interest.
Thank you, Immaculate.
Congratulations, nominee. My name is Dr. Mbuno Erastus and Umanalani Ward. I have no conflict of interest in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. Now, let me ask also our clerks to introduce themselves. Sorry, we've not done with the honorable members. I seem to be forgetting my vice. So, the vice chair of the committee is on my right. Let me give her this time so that she can also introduce herself. Vice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Priscilla Makumi. I'm the vice chair of this committee. I'm a member of County Assembly, nominated member, and I have got no interest.
Thank you. Now we can have the clerks introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. I'm Cyrus Kiema, Secretariat to this committee.
Thank you, Cyrus.
I'm Joseph Kimote, clerk to this committee.
Thank you. Now, Kennedy Munyambu Mwandwa. We want to know you more. You'll tell us your name, your family background, You also tell us your professional qualification, and also tell us about your past work experience. It's your turn. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kennedy Munyambu Mwendwa, born on 7th July 1989 in a village, Kalisasi, which is in Mengi Central Ward, Mengi Central Sub-County, Mengi Central Constituency in Kitui County. My education background, I schooled at Kalisasi Primary School, where I did my high school in 2004. Then I proceeded to Lenana School, where I did from Form 4-1 to Form 4. I completed my Form 4 class in 2008. After that, I got a scholarship with the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology to Russia to go and study Bachelor in Science in Civil Engineering, specialized in building and construction. I graduated in 2015 and I came back to Kenya, where I did my registration with the Commission of University Education, certification of my degree, and also I got registered with the Engineers Board of Kenya in around 2016. Then after that I started jobs. I was employed I've done several projects with companies, Felkis Kenya Limited, in building construction as a civil engineer, project management, and also site engineer. I've worked since 2016 to 2022. I also joined Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology to pursue masters in science in project management, because I realized that what I was doing mostly after school was in project management, though it was part of engineering and the engineering field, but mostly I was doing project management, which I'm now almost completing in my final semester. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the requirements of the nominee is to have some mandatory clearance from several government institutions. And on this one, I'm going to ask you about them. I will only require you to say yes or no answer. And I will start with the KRA certificate. Do you have a tax compliance certificate from KRA?
Yes.
Do you have a valid certificate of good conduct?
Yes.
From the director? You are answering without even waiting me to finish. Oh, you know the sequence. I thought you had gotten Kenya. You could be married about 2 and 3. Anyway, let me ask you once more. Do you have a valid certificate of good conduct from the Directorate of Criminal Investigation?
Yes.
Have you been cleared on CRB?
Yes.
Have you been cleared by the Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes.
Do you have clearance certificate from Ethics and Corruption Commission?
Yes.
Have you been charged in a court of law or convicted? If yes, please provide further details.
No.
Have you been adversely mentioned in an investigatory or parliamentary report?
No.
Do you have dual citizenship?
Yes.
So, could you tell us which countries you belong to?
I belong to Kenya only. I'm a citizen of Kenya.
And you said you are a dual citizen?
No, I didn't say I'm a dual citizen.
You said yes. I asked you whether you have a dual citizenship, and you said yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't get the question well. I'm sorry.
Thank you. If appointed as a chief officer, do you foresee any areas you might have conflict of interest?
No.
Any potential conflict of interest you expect from your new assignment?
I don't think so, Mr. Chairman.
What is your financial net worth? And you also provide us with a breakdown of the same.
My financial net worth is estimated at around 24.2 million, whereby I have 2 vehicles worth about 3 million. I also have a home where I stay with my family, worth around 3.5 million. I also have household goods and items that are worth around 0.5 million. I have half an acre plot at Kitui market that is worth around 1.5 million. I also have 100 by 100 plot along Garissa Road near opposite Eastview that is worth around 700,000. I also have a plot behind supermarket, Target supermarket, that is around 40 by 80, that is worth around 1.5 million. I also have water distilling equipment and machines that are worth around 1 million. And I also have ancestral land that is given to me around 50 acres at Kadisa's home, that is worth around 12.5 million.
Thank you. At this juncture, I want now to welcome the honorable members to raise some questions. We are going to ask you questions pertaining your department you are being nominated for, and we are also going to ask you some general questions. So are you ready for questions, or we give you some time?
I am ready, sir.
Thank you. Honorable members, I want to welcome you so that you can ask our nominee some questions. Maluki, Honorable Maluki, go ahead and ask the nominee the question.
Once again, Bwana Kennedy, congratulations on your nomination to this position.
Thank you.
Actually, I should be calling you Engineer Kennedy. I'm sorry for that. I was looking at your CV, and that's why you've seen me retract my first statement of calling you Mr. then to Engineer. And that is your training background, show that you are an engineer by profession.
Yes.
And you've been nominated to this position of Chief Officer, Vocational, Polytechnics, and Home Crafts Centers. Now, assuming you are appointed, officially appointed, kindly convince this committee how your skills in your field of study will be tailored to this docket.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. I, being a civil engineer, the technical skills and department is epitomed in civil engineering, whereby everything is done, it's hands-on. Engineering is about hands-on job, where whatever you learn, you come and put it on site. And with that experience, I will help and put my expertise in this department to ensure that our trainees get the quality skills, quality in knowledge and expertise that they will come and bring out the quality products in our markets. I will use that knowledge that I have in civil engineering, even in construction and building, to ensure that they have the best knowledge and know-how on how to execute things on site and on the field. Also, though that I am appointed member of 2 TVET institutions, having been appointed by Professor George Magoha, may God rest his soul in peace, and I've attained inductions in both. I'm a member of Technical and Vocational College since last year, and also appointed as in Kipkabus Technical and Vocational College in Eldoret, where I'm also a chairman, Infrastructure and Finance Committee. And we have done thorough trainings on how to run institutions and TVET institutions. And I will use that knowledge to ensure that we have the good quality skills that we need in this county and Kenya at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I want to bring to your attention the presence of Honorable Member for Changuivia, Honorable Alex Nganga. Miambani, sorry. Thank you. Kennedy, I would also like to make you know that we have our speaker right behind you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now we can go to the next question.
No, a follow-up question, Mr. Chair. Chairman, this is a follow-up question. And to our nominee, it's good that you've mentioned, and I want to congratulate you. Now that you've said you had been nominated to 2 boards by the late professor. Now that you are going to be CEO in this department, and now you are serving as a member of board, you've mentioned, no? Is it no?
Yes, no.
Maybe, don't you think maybe you are going to have some conflict of interest as it had been raised, or you are going to relinquish your position as a member, or what you are talking about that?
Non-technical and vocational college, it's TVCs that are not delegated to the county government, but they are managed by national government through Ministry of Education and Skill and Career Development. So I don't think there's a conflict of interest in that.
We can have our next question. Honorable Munyao.
How are you? I'm good, sir. Engineer. After going through your CV, I have noticed that you are truly a trained engineer, because I was not able to read your CV because of the language used there. Not CV, but the degree certificate. But worry not. I don't know whether it's the second lower, second upper, first class. I don't know the qualification, the degree certificate. But I believe it is the best. Now, this is a question. Bwana Kennedy, I want to congratulate you for being nominated.
Thank you.
To this very important docket.
Thank you.
And being aware of the state of our vocational training centers currently. I have gone around them and I've noticed that they offer courses that are not related to the job market. And most of the courses that are marketable are not on offer. As a chief officer who will be in charge of these vocational training centers and home-craft centers, how will you expand that curriculum to be able to accommodate more courses? Though I know it comes with a need for resources, because you'll have to get resources. So how are you going to implement your vision for these courses if you intend to increase you expand the curriculum?
Thank you, honorable member. The first, let me respond to the degree. In Russia, they have only 3 degrees. That is, they have green, red, and blue. In Kenya, you have first class, second upper, like that. In Kenya, you have green, red, and blue. Where red is first class, blue is second class upper, then green is they don't have those others just green. Thank you for that. The state of activities is very worse. And to respond to your question is, we need to have relevant skills. That's my core reason why I want this job. To produce relevant skills that are effective to the job market and that are needed in the job market. I will use my engineering skills to bridge the gap between the qualified schools, between the unskilled manpower and skilled labor, so that we can have adequate skills outside there for our people and our children. Also, we will do research outside using the people we have in the ministry and the stakeholders that are you and stakeholders, and look for what is not in the market. We can't produce more people who will stay jobless outside there. We have to get people who after graduation they come out there and get jobs for themselves, for their families. That's my core duty, sir, Honorable.
You want to get a clarification?
To be precise, how do you intend to increase those courses, or how do you intend to expand the curriculum, and which courses specifically do you want to bring on board, bearing in mind that the curriculum is too narrow for our children? So which new course do you want to bring on board?
Together with the national bodies like KICD, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, and other institutes of the government, we will develop curriculum that is based on need-based on the society. Curriculum that when we produce people, they get job and they meet also the job market. And through that, we will have people, we will get people, and we will enlighten our people to read what they are best, what they love most, what they want most, and what they are good at, but it's not available in the market. That's why CBC is there today, where is competency-based curriculum, and also there is a CBET, curriculum-based education and training, where people now are being trained. The shift is coming from cramming and theory to the practical field today. That's why the CBC is being implemented by the government, where you train in what you are good at, train your child in what they are good at, so that by the age of 10, 12, 15, they realize what they want in their future. We have a lot of people like footballers. Today, let's take an example like footballers in Kenya. When they go to Europe, they are 25 years of age. That's when they realize what they're best in their career because of our education system. When you have to go through primary, secondary, university, then you realize that university, I can play football. Let's train people from what they're best at the young age, so that we can have people playing football in Europe and here in Kenya at 12, at 13. Take people to the academies where they develop their skills today. And the Ministry of Education, the National Ministry of Education today is saying, train people even in the language that they understand. Skills is not about English or Kiswahili. Skills is in the hands and on field. And that's what we will implement in this department.
Thank you. Can we have one more question? Yes, Peter.
Thank you. Bwana Munyambo, are you a contractor?
Not really.
But you are taking a lot of time to answer that. Are you a contractor?
Not really, but I've done projects, but not as a contractor, but a foreman. I've done projects as a foreman, contracts now as a foreman, as a civil engineer, as site engineer, and as a supervisor on site.
That's okay.
But personally, I've never done a contract like my own contract.
Now, this committee has gone through your CV, and it's privy to the fact that you have worked with so many construction companies. You have worked with Centec Building Company, Gutani General Construction, Engineering, and
and whatever company, just but a few to mention. Now you're being appointed to a very crucial docket as a chief officer. Who will be the accounting officer of that particular docket that you've been appointed to? Can you convince this committee that you'll not be having conflict of interest, having worked with so many construction companies? Can you tell us about that?
An office is about, there's a code of ethics in every office, and integrity is the priority, and we will follow everything. And the companies I worked for, sometimes it elapsed. Some I was consultant and others, and if I will see that there is a conflict of interest, then I will make sure that those companies, they don't work in the department that I am involved in.
So you still foresee there will be conflict of interest?
Not really. But in case it arises, that's what I'm saying. You cannot foresee the future. In case it arises, I'll deal with it with ethics and with moral, the positive moral of a person and of the office.
That's okay. Now the other question. We have so many vocational training centers in Kitui County. Are you aware how many vocational training centers we have and how many are operational?
In Kitui County we have 52 vocational training centers which are operational with students and running, but some are in a very bad state.
Like in my case, in my ward, I have one called Madolini Polytechnic, which is not operational for the last like 10 years, since the inception of devolution. How will you endeavor to operationalize these polytechnics and vocational training centers which have been neglected for so long?
In your case, and also there was a case in Endomalalani where there is a vocational training center that has never been operationalized. Despite having construction, the buildings are there, machines are there, but it has never started. For the case of Endomalalani, is insecurity. It's insecurity, and we will work with the other departments in the county to ensure that we operationalize that vocational training center by either building a police post nearby, so that the school can operationalize. It's in no good faith putting public money in an institution like that and such projects, and you have it doesn't benefit the public for such a long time. We'll get to the core reason why they are not operationalizing. We operationalize them, we enroll students, trainees, and we post trainers in those institutions and make sure that they operationalize in the as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question? Makumi?
Originally, when I went there in May 2011, I went to sell the drugs and to make the business, meeting the customer needs at the marketplace. And so my work was to go and make sure that the customers accept, the end users accept the product, which I did very well. In fact, when I went to the company, they wanted to sell it. But after 1 year, they could not sell. They didn't want to sell. I was starting this with the IV, what is called the drip in layman's language. It's one of the essential drugs, according to the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, and even the government formally. Then the management promoted me to business development manager, and my work was to deal with the government now. And through them, I've gotten another experience. One of my key customers is KEMSA, where we sell the drugs. So with the senior management to the meds is the meds for essential drugs, one of the upcoming distributor in terms of the products. And within that, I got a lot of network in terms of this in the healthcare. and in all the spheres in healthcare, in terms of dealing with the government, dealing with the private market, and also dealing with the private, and also it exposed me to the regional, also healthcare. Some of the unique things happening also in our neighbors in terms of the healthcare. So currently I'm the general manager, and my work is to growth of the company. So we reached where we had originally the directors had planned. So my job was currently is to now look for the new areas of engagement with the government and the private market. Before that, before I came there, I worked for a company called the Universal Corporation. And this is one of the biggest manufacturers of the drugs. So I worked almost across, but my work was to connect the customers, bring new ideas, especially in the area of research and development. You know, in drugs there's a lot of research and development. While I was there, I was heading the team we were audited by the WHO. WHO is a World Health Organization, and I was heading the team, through that, I gained so much experience in terms of the regulatory framework for the drugs, and exposed also to what is happening in the world. So I worked there for 2 years. So before that, I had worked for Nobruk. Nobruk is a multinational also in the drugs as marketing manager. I had also worked for Omaira. Omaira in the distribution, that is where I introduced to the drugs. At Omaira, I was introduced to all the drugs, and distributor deals with all the drugs in the market. And I have told you, I also worked for the GSK. So basically, the experience, it is been in the drugs and pharmaceuticals. And that is where I've created the network and the right experience, which can be very beneficial to our county, where I come, as I told you, I'm a resident, I come from here. And see how we can help our people at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Kamba, please confirm whether you meet the constitutional and statutory requirement relating to the office in question by answering either yes or no. Do you have a valid tax compliance?
Yes, Chairman.
Have you been cleared by Directorate of Criminal Investigation?
Yes, I've been cleared.
Have you obtained clearance from the Credit Reference Bureau?
Yes, I've done.
Have you been cleared by the Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, I've been cleared.
Have you been cleared by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, I've been cleared.
Have you been charged in court of law or convicted? If yes, please provide further details.
No, I've never been charged in the court of law.
Have you been adversely mentioned in an investigatory or parliamentary report? If yes, provide further details.
No, I've not been mentioned.
Do you have dual citizen?
No.
What is your financial net worth?
Okay, my financial net worth is 56.6 million Kenya shillings. And in a quick, if you can allow me, I can break it very fast.
Kindly do.
Okay. Yeah, most of my investment is in the land. And starting with the land which I was given as the last born by my father, which is worth 3 million at Kisasi. Then the land I bought there also, 2.5 million, around 10 acres. Then I have land at Emali, that acres, valued at 9 million. And in that land I keep goats and the cows. The goats valued at 810,000. Then the cows are 200,000. Then I have a land, 2 acres at Rogai in Kajiado County, worth 14 million at the current value. And also at Kiserian at 4 million. Then Kaguro Road, I have 2 lands, one valued at 11.5 million. And another one, actually the 2 of them, they are valued at 11.5 million. Then I have 2 cars valued at 3.5. I said about goats, I think I mentioned the goats and the cows. Then houses, I have 2 houses, residentials, valued at 9 million. Then Sacco deposits at Sawa Sacco. It's based in Nairobi.
Increase your voice, please.
I have, can I, oh, I can go ahead.
Just continue.
I continue. I have Sacco deposits at Sawa Sacco. It is a Sacco owned by the group of company which I work. I work for the FCS group of company owned by the Philip Degwa, the former governor of Central Bank. So worth the 1.87 million. Well, there I have a loan for the Sacco worth at 2.7 million. When you deduct, you get the net is 56.6 million approximately.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members, I now invite you to engage with the nominee, Angry Kamba Kinyalili, and ask sector-specific questions. Mheshimiwa Fodhi.
Thank you, my brother. Welcome. Just relax. I have just 1 or 2 questions on you. How are your academic qualification and working experience related to this this docket? And what will be your relationship with the Committee of Health and Sanitation when you have been approved? Thank you.
Okay. Chair, I can proceed to answer. When I started, I said for the last 21 years, I've been in healthcare. By the fact that my first degree, I did Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry. And from the word go, I knew I wanted to go to into the drugs, because even from the word go, all the internship I went, even when I was in college, it was in the area of the manufacturing. Originally, just like another kid, the dream was to work in the production. But now, with the time, when I worked in the QA, I thought I saw my strength was not there, although it is a good air. So I decided to go out and deal with the users of the product and selling the product. So through that, I gained a lot of experience in terms of medicine. And just to mention, is because of the experience I have and the way I work, we are members of a Federation of Kenya Pharmaceutical Manufacturers. In fact, my company appointed me to represent the company at that committee, and the committee elected me to represent it with the Minister of Health. And one of the recent, without talking about so many things, it was development of the essential drugs. The new list, I was part of the team. So the essential drugs, what you get from KEMSA, I know it from at the tips of my hands. And through that process, I gained a lot of experience. And through the process, I didn't go to the committee to warm the seats. We really influenced. Originally, I don't know whether there was a member who has been in that area. Originally, KEMSA was only doing the essential drugs only. But now, the structure is changed when it became an authority. Now they have a commercial wing, which deals with also other products, especially the specialized products. I can mention some of the cancer products. I was part of the team which gave a lot of input. So on that, I have a lot of experience in that. In terms of that, also during my working, the network I built. One of your key suppliers in the county is KEMSA. I think you get 75% of the drugs from there. So me, where I'm coming, I was coming from the other seat. Now you are interviewing me to sit in the other seat. I created a very good relationship from the top and to the bottom, to the people who work there. So, and this experience will come in very handy. And one of the ways it will come in very handy, through the relationship and the network, we can be given a good priority, as the customers. And without saying so much, some of the time, like what has happening, sometimes you'll even get the delay in disbursement of the funds. I'll come in very handy to go and you for the case of my county. But in essence, because of the relationship, I'll try to want to maintain it and pay them within the short time. So in the process, again, in terms of dealing with the customers, this job is, the customer is the electorate, the people down there. As we think of how we can serve them, and we need to get to look at also the issues of the customer service and the satisfaction. That is only time they will say that the services are rendered. So part of that, because of the experience and knowing the demographics in the health care, I'll be able to advise and manage the process very well. In terms of distributing one of the most important product, which is the drugs, equitably to your wards where you come from, to the villages, to the health centers there. And that is the only way the electorate will feel like we are doing the right work. So basically that, and in terms of that, just to conclude, I mentioned about the regulatory. This job, I know the whole regulatory framework, what it requires, which is very important. The product is as important as the regulated work. I said like the drugs, the medicine are controlled. I have a lot of experience in that area, and we'll make sure that our people are given very standard drugs. Thank you.
But you have not answered my question on the second part of it. What will be your relationship with the members of this committee? How will you work with them, in short?
Thank you. I'm sorry for that. On that, these are very important committee, and because it is the first, the committee, the first point of reference in terms of the matters of health. One of the most important aspect when it comes to the budget, this is the committee which looks at the budget which comes from the team, which I'll be the, and I've looked around. One of the most aspect in this, trying to make sure that our people get the essential services in terms of the drugs and the non-pharmaceuticals, it is to make sure that you do the right budgeting. So in this, the committee will be very instrumental, and it will be oversighting whatever we do on a day-to-day basis.
Chair, through Chair, Mr. Ankri, Does it mean that when we inquire you, we need an affirmation from you?
Yes.
When we inquire you, will you be available for this committee to answer?
At all the time.
Thank you.
At all the time.
Thank you, my brother.
In fact, it will be the reference point. Information, even getting the experience, even advice, because you come from the, you make the laws, which govern the bills and which govern what we'll be doing.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Through chair, I'm through.
Okay.
Mheshimiwa Munira.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Kamba, jambo.
Si jambo.
Congratulations on your nomination.
Then ensure the process of public service is transparent, accountability. Yes, those are right.
Okay. I'll give the floor to Honorable Mudhami, and then from there come to Salo. In that order.
Mr. Chair, as I go to my question, I'll remind our nominee to have a sip of water because we want to relax. I can see the rest of us have taken a sip or two. And so, Mr. Nyamai, going through your background and professional training, we realize that you have a rich training on the position that you have been nominated to, and believe that if you go through this vetting successively, this county will get a rich, competent CEO for that department. However, you have been involved in various research and exploration of natural resources within our county. So would you tell us the distribution of those natural resources and how, having been nominated, you want to enhance the tapping of those minerals in our county? That is number one. Number two, you will be heading that department, Mr. Nyamai, as the CEO of the department. And so your success or otherwise of it will depend on those who will be working under you. So we also would like to know how you intend to have a competent and motivated workforce under your docket for you to be able to deliver on your mandate.
Thank you, Honorable Cornelius. First, I started the distribution of minerals in the county. Let's start with the natural minerals and natural resources. Start with the sand. Majorly in the rivers which are known in Kitui to have sand is like River Tiva, River Kiroboko, and so many rivers but those are the main rivers which we have serious harvesting. Other key minerals the coal in Mui Basin, whereby is estimated like only Block C to be over 400 million metric tons. We have huge limestone deposits in Kanziku, in Kitui, in lower Kitui South. We have also limestone deposits in Gaie and in Bangwani, and even extension up to Sekuru, but really Kitui is unexplored. Those are things later we'll need to do serious exploration. Then others are like gemstones. We have gemstones like even in where I come from, Mutitu Kaliku, there's a belt there. There's the copper here in Kabati in Midikwani. So those are the main minerals that I can say. And we have iron ore in Ikuda, in Kitui South. We have manganese in Kitui South. We have magnesite in Kitui South, also graphite there. So say those are the major minerals in Kitui. But as I've said, Kitui is really unexplored, and it's really rich. There are many minerals which are unexplored. Then to enhance the tapping, first if I'm approved by this committee, The first I will ensure is the awareness creation, the community, because we find an example I'll give, like for the limestone in Kanziku, where it was identified we had serious investors, but I understand they had issues the community. So we need to enhance the awareness creation to the community. Then second one is we don't have a county mining mineral investment policy. That one is a key thing that really needs to give guidance on how we are going to approach the investment in Kitui in mining. Then now our intent to have competent workforce. First is to ensure we have ensure that my team, their trainings. Those one I can you can facilitate them to be trained in the Kenya School of Government. Then participatory approach, but they don't feel some of them are left in the running of the department. Yes, I'll say those four.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Salo on the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As I have said, I'm Honorable Salo from Gune Ward and Vice Chair of this committee. Mine is to ask you to give us an overview of this department and the structure of the ministry where it falls. And number two, as our Chief Officer for Energy, Minerals and Natural Resources, if approved, what will be your duties? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The overview of the department and the ministry. The department is called Energy, Minerals and Natural Resources, under the Ministry of Energy, Environment, Forestry, Minerals and Natural Resources. It's ended by, the ministry is headed by the CEC, and the department has two sections. We have the energy and the minerals and natural resources. We have two sections. Each section, under each section we have directors, we have deputy directors, assistant directors, and the principal officers, and all the other like energy officers. We have geologists there. So that's, and the overview of the ministry generally is to ensure we have equitable utilization of the energy resources, and the mineral resources are sustainably mined for the benefit of people of Kitui. Then as the Chief Officer, my duties will be first the general administration, the budget, in regard to the budget of the department, regard to the budget that is there. Then to be at the accounting office of the ministry. Then to ensure the strategic plans and policies of the ministry. Then to formulate policies and programs together in conjunction with working closely with the CECs. Do any other assignment is assigned by my CEC, the minister, and ensure that we have transparency, honesty in the ministry, and the other duties is to ensure the work is as per the governor's manifesto, ensure the programs which are set by the governor like KeyVest, those on the Vision 2030, they are aligned to the ministry's programs. Thank you.
Thank you too.
All right. Mr. Nyamai, will you be in charge of people by any chance?
Yes, I'm in charge of people, yes. I'll be in charge of people.
So there is something we're doing about people? No, you have talked about the resources, the budgeting.
Yeah, human resource, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Fine.
Yes.
Allow me to recognize the presence with us of Honorable Musyoka Mbite, member for Nzambani. Karibu Mheshimiwa, it's a pleasure to have you around. Two remaining members who should ask questions. I think we are doing well in terms of time management. Charity, you can take the floor. I will also ask one or two questions very quickly. Yeah.
Through the chair, I want to ask the challenges you expect to meet in course of your duties, and how can you address them?
Because I'm joining a new job, I really don't expect any challenges. But as per the, maybe looking at what has been happening before, but we are told when you go there, go with open, don't go in a new job, say I'm going to expect one challenge. But of course, we have a challenge. I know we'll have a challenges like ensuring that if the issue of like the sand harvesting, the charcoal, how dealing with those, let me not call them cartel, but how we are going to have policies which will benefit the counties. Yes, so then I don't expect so many challenges. And if there are challenges come up, I'll deal with them. Yes, yes.
Okay, Mr. Nyamai, you are in a political world, I'm sure, in this political appointment. Don't you expect politics sometimes, some interest, competing interests, and how you're going to manage them? You know,
Yes,
you're in
yes.
a political world there.
Yes, sure, that's expected.
Yes. So that one we should prepare. Mheshimiwa Kavoka, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. To Mr. Nyamai, the nominee CEO. In fact, it was the other day we were doing a DP in QSO, and the women who are doing business there, they were complaining. The way they are being attacked, especially in the morning when they are going to the market to look for, they are going to the market. How will you manage repairs, maintenance of solar security lights in the county?
Thank you, Honorable Host. First, I will ensure for maintenance. I will ensure we have a budget for that maintenance, and I'll in this regard I'll propose we have like a maintenance contract to go around checking all the solars which are not working. But first, we need to have a budget costed for that. Our officers need to go down so that we can know the solar lights which are not working. Then I will also propose we have we can have sub-county officers who are monitoring the solar lights in each sub-county. We can have sub-county officer that if one is not working, we are alerted and we facilitate even if it's the next budget through the sectoral committee. Thank you.
And just on that, Chair, through Chair, how will you make use of solar energy to supplement the national grid?
Through having the energy centers and also working very closely with partners like REREC. Like I know they have done, they partnered with one in Garissa which they produce over 50 megawatts. So those partnerships and having several energy centers, you can supplement the national grid. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Nyamai, I have two short questions for you. One, when you're working, just like you've been doing before, wherever you come from, there are relationships, interrelationship, external relationships. How will you relate with the County Assembly of Kitui, and particularly this committee that oversights you? That is one. Number two, what is the relationship between your office, that is, if appointed, the CECM, County Secretary, and the county attorney, how do you relate with those offices if and when you're appointed?
Thank you, Chair. I relate with the County Assembly and especially this sectoral committee. First, with the sectoral committees, and also having regular updates and roundtable meetings with the committees. That and updates on where we are, the budget absorption, the projects we are having, so that they can guide the ministry maybe in the next budget processing. So those are, and I will promise I'll be just involving the committee and having a regular meeting with the committee, because this is the committee for, that's the link between the ministry and the national the county assembly. Then the relationship that the chief officer with the CEC, the county executive committee member. The county executive committee member is the head of the ministry, and the CEO reports to the CECM. And majorly I will be related with him on almost daily basis, and especially the issues of policy it has to go through the CECM. The county secretary is the head of public service, and the chief officer is one of the, it's an office in the public service. So I will work under the county secretary because the end of the public service. The county attorney is major, that is the litigation or the legal counsel of the county, and regularly we will engage, especially when we have issues with the law. Like I know recently we had an issue with the issue of I heard there was a company which was transporting limestone. Then there was an issue of paying the cess. Then they took the county to court. So when it comes to that case, I have to work to relate to the county attorney. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nyamai. I would like to end it, but I can see some hands are coming up. So Mheshimiwa Mamisi, I give you a minute to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this one will be the last one, and it's about this department, and especially minerals. I think it should contribute to the on-source revenue of the county. At what percentage would you equate to the resources that come through the department that you are being given or you've been nominated on to the on-source envelope? What percentage? The reason why I'm asking this is because, as you said, there's a live ban of charcoal burning, and now it's still continuing, especially from my place, which is Mura. There are many cars that are going there, but I don't know whether you can equate that to the revenue that is being collected also in terms of sand harvesting, especially at Changudia West, this Tiva River. Even yesterday there was some commotion because of that. But if you look at the revenue that is coming, is not equitable to the sand that is being harvested. How much revenue are we getting currently? What are your plans to add the revenue? What are the plans to make sure that the revenue comes to the county?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mamisi. I can say that the amount that what the county is getting from those natural resources currently, can say is almost zero. And as I've said before, what we need really is to have that. We need to have our own policy on sand harvesting and enforce, especially the issue of the enforcement. That is what I really advocate for, because it's better even we have the sub-county enforcers or where we have the main rivers, for especially for the sand. Then the issue of also it also affects the issue of the minerals, and also for the sand, it can be possible to advocate for this, like cottages that we have. Something which is done in Kitui, which is using sand, like even I know previously you have been having like production of cabros, which use our sand, and the county can be able to produce those ones. But majorly is to have a good policy which will guide on that and really enforce, is very closely with the leaders, especially the members of the county assembly. Thank you.
Okay, before we proceed, kindly allow me to recognize the persons with us. of the head of Human Resource in Kitui County Assembly, Mr. Ndeleva. Kindly, yeah, that is Mr. Ndeleva. He heads Human Resource in this county assembly. Any other person that I could be forgetting? I think there's also Director for Environment. Your name, please? Mokumbo. Mumbo, yeah. He's a director of the Ministry of Environment, so members, that's somebody will be working with closely.
Okay.
I want to tie it up now. Anybody who feels seriously they must say something. Mheshimiwa Deborah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, this is just a general question to you, Mr. Nyamai. Can you tell us in your life one occasion where you directly touched the life of others? When I say the life of others, just the common mwananchi, something you did that touched their lives.
Not in my profession or in just any life.
Maybe I can clarify, maybe the orphans, the children's home, or maybe something you did that touched the life of others.
Yes, first, what I've done several things, especially for the churches. Done fundraising for the churches. I felt the community is touched. We have done fundraising for the schools in my area, and currently I'm the vice chair of the BOM of Mutitu Boys, and also in the BOM of Mutitu Girls and BOM of Kwatundwai Secondary. So, and I feel I am giving back to the community. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Before we proceed, allow me to recognize the presence with us of Honorable Ngoima Kimanzi, member for Township, where we are right now. He is the host. Mheshimiwa karibu sana, we are pleased to have you around. And thank you for being part of this process. Now, Katumbi. I also recognize the presence of Honorable Katumbi, member of Changwidhia East. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa. We are pleased to have you. Any other member of staff, Mheshimiwa? I want to recognize all of you here. Now, before I tie it up, I can see Honorable Mudhami has something burning.
Yeah, this should have come earlier, maybe. Mr. Nyamai, we're not taking you back. We actually at the tail end of this exercise. In your earlier exploration mission within our county, on your duty, what do you feel are the major challenges? Because we recognize that we have so many minerals within the county. Other than the external ones, sand, charcoal, and maybe those others, the underground minerals, coal, iron ore, and all that, what are the major challenges that have hindered the government to date not to have tapped and maybe extracted those minerals for the benefit of these great people of Kitui?
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Well, one of them has been the issue of the land adjudication. Most where and that has been where the landowners, where the investors are interested in, they don't have title deeds. The others has been really the awareness creation which the county should do, and the other main entrance to this has been we don't have the liaison committees in most of the mineral rich areas, and these ones, if you get good people from those areas who can be able to advise the community well and guide the community on the exploration, and that is the mandate of the county. So we have the county regulation, the formation of the liaison committees. Those one will review and be able to constitute liaison committees in all the mineral rich areas. Thank you.
All right, we, like I said, we want to tie it now. But before we do that, let me ask you this. Mr. Nyamai. On instances of substandard words, yeah, substandard to be official, but let's say shoddy jobs, when they're done in your department or if they arise, how do you intend to address such? You realize there's work that the contract has been given out, but there's a lot of bad things happening, the jobs are shoddy, and you're the head of the department. How will you address such? The buck stops with you. Tell me.
I will address that first through my team, because there must be an officer who has been doing the inspection, and if first is not to pay jobs which are substandard, and if it is done before you even pay the jobs, you should be able to confirm which is their standard. If your officers you find they have approved which is work which is substandard, that one should be a disciplinary case. Then they should not be issued with completion certificates. Thank you.
Just allow me to type a note if you can. One last. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our nominee for being patient enough. I have a very critical question. I would like to know whether you understand the protocol in Kitui County. The CEO of this county is the governor, running all the way to village administrator. The MCA sitting here, you will interact with them in several occasions. You will interact with the directors, you will interact with the deputy governor, but how do you address them? Do you know the protocol? And if yes, please elaborate.
Yes, Honorable Jeremiah, yes, I know the protocol. On top is the governor, followed by the deputy governor, the speaker, the members of the county assembly, the county executive committee member, then there's the chief officers, the directors, deputy directors, assistant directors, principal officers, then the other officers all the way up to then we have the sub-county administrators and village administrators. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Now, Mr. Nyamai, you have told us a lot, especially on the Q&A, question and answer. I want to give you 2 minutes now to talk to us on any topic, on anything, or on the experience of the exercise. Now, this time, there's no question. Talk to us.
Yes, thank you, honorable members, and thank you for the interactive section. And I'm looking forward to working close this sectoral committee if you approve me, and really unlock the mineral wealth of Kitui. As per the governor's plan 2013-2017, he had a number of economic zones, and if you look at those economic zones, most of them will be unlocked by the mineral and natural resources in the county. Like if you go to the Kitui South, if we unlock, we have several plants, the mining, we have the limestone industrial plants, it will become an industrial zone. That will be then if you go to Mui Basin, that economic zone, that's majorly because of coal. If we don't mine, then the governor's plans to have that as an industrial zone, not possible. In Mwingi North, the same. And now, maybe that time we are not aware of even the copper area in Mithikwani. So I'm looking forward to working closely with you to ensure the county generates income from the mining and natural resources sector. And energy, we have equitable distribution of energy of the solar and the rural electrification in all the 40 wards. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Nyamai. Thank you, members of Kitui County Assembly. Thank you, members of the service. Thank you, members of the public. I believe it has been a good session with a lot of interactions. And I think at this point in time, I want to adjourn the sitting until next time, if there will be a next time. I think now you can leave at your own pleasure. Your certificates are coming back to you. and kindly confirm they are the ones. Yeah, confirm that they're the ones that you gave to us. So we can now live at our own pleasure or pressure, whichever applies, whichever comes first. So the Sergeant at Arms will handle our nominee from now, show him what to do, and I think the rest of us know what to do. Goodbye. Good evening.
Goodbye, Chair. County, I think you read in the papers, that is what they are adopting. But the first people to adopt were Nakuru County. I say, let me use it as a reference because I've worked with them. I know. And it has solved a lot of problems for them. Thank you. On dealing with the crooked, that is the last chair. There is a laid down procedure on how to deal with this crooked. And all of them, most of them, together with the employees guideline here, the manuals here, the ultimate is the Employment Act. If there is any conflict in any other way, say we go to the Employment Act, it gives the highlights. And Chair, I can say I have used it because I've been in the management to really deal with the staff work record. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Chair, I'm satisfied with the question. With the answers. Thank you.
Okay. Mheshimiwa Dr. Mbunu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Congratulations, my brother.
Thank you.
And I wish you the best of luck in the last 2 remaining steps. Luckily, you are one of this department that we are vetting you today is the department which will measure the work of these honorable members and the government, because most of the issues that we get out there is to do with the drugs. Drugs availability, that is the most cases. Fortunately, you have a very good team, a committee. If they successfully go through and they get appointed, then you have the best team. I have 2 questions. One of them is procurement of pharmaceuticals majorly from the government KEMSA.
Yes, sir.
I hope and don't believe that you know the officers charged with the responsibility of procuring pharmaceuticals or even non-pharmaceuticals from KEMSA.
Yes.
In our facilities recently, there have been an issue where the procurement role was taken from the pharmacy department to procurement department. What will you do with that? That is first question. Number 2, having worked at Mwingi level 4 and Kitui level 4, at least I have a glimpse of what happens. Of course, in the KEMSA portal, we might not get all the medications.
Yes.
So there is also a leeway of having a LPO of medications outside the KEMSA. So far, how do you see that process in the next 5 years, if God give you the grace through these honorable members and the House to be approved? The last is about the management of pharmaceuticals from the bottom. How do you intend to manage? How does your department intend to manage the pharmaceuticals from after they have been procured, they have been brought, then to the level 2 dispensaries in this county. Thank you so much.
Okay, Chair, I can proceed?
Yes.
Okay,
proceed.
Let me start with the first one. The roles of the pharmacist and the procurement. Clearly, I'll answer with one. In terms of the CAP 244, and I know that is where the honorable member is buying from. In terms of the drugs, and that is what you've said, the role of procuring and making sure that the regulatory work is done at that level is the work of the pharmacist. In fact, it is illegal that, and so the answer is I'll change that. So immediately. So because it is even illegal for that to be handled, you know, these are poisons. So I think that one, I'll deal with it immediately. In terms of how I see the process through, you know, starting from KEMSA. Clearly, from the experience, KEMSA is still the best place to buy our medicine. And I'll give you the reasons. I've been working with them for a very long time. This is the government. Most of the product which, like us who are in the private tech today, they have to go through the rigorous process. They do the testing. They do all the regulatory. What I was talking about, the CAP 244, you know what is there in that, which I'm very conversant with. It is because there it is controlled. You know exactly what you're getting. Because of course in the market, out of the experience, there are people who are not, of course, straight in terms of bringing substandard product. KEMSA will only pick what is the standard product. And because even before you deliver there, they do what is called pre-delivery samples. These pre-delivery samples, they are tested. They also do during the process, they also do the random. At least you know their process, they do the random testing for the product which you have taken there. So, and then in terms of the fill rate, they'll give you the fill rate. Otherwise, if you were to go to other people, you may have to go to 20 to 50 people before you get what they can deliver. But having said that, they don't have everything. So that's why I've seen in the year, you're buying from, our county is buying from the Mint. Mint also does the same. The Mint are the essential, mission for essential medicine. And they supply, originally it was meant to supply the 300 plus mission hospitals in Kenya. They also do. In fact, there are only 2 labs in Kenya which are qualified by the WHO. One of them is by the National Quality Control Lab, which is owned by the government. The other one is owned by the meds. So they do what I've said. So there are people we can consider, and we do a very good. Now, I will check what has been done, even because, of course, you know, government goes with the processes. You cannot just wake up one day and go and procure. I'll want to see how the team has reached up to that level, and we make it better so that it is within the law which you normally make as honorable members. But despite of that, in case you find one day the KEMSA doesn't have the product, or not all the time, it is not all the time they have all the products. Even the meds, it's not all the time they have the products. In the terms of procurement, what I've seen in the market, what is happening, and having worked with the big referral hospital like Kenyatta, Moi Referral, Kenyatta University, which are the government, now they are under the government, they are not under the county. I have seen them, they have gone into framework contracting. Framework contracting is where you plot tenders, framework tenders. Most of them, they are going for 1 to 2 years, and they are under the Procurement Act. It is entrenched in the Procurement Act, where you will qualify people and you will draw the product when it is needed. That one will safeguard in case the 2 institutions they don't have product, because you cannot wake up one day and go to maybe a distributor and buy. It's a whole process. When you are safeguarded with a framework contract, you are cushioned in case there can be an emergency and you miss the essential. So the framework contracting will help in that, where we'll have several people where we can, in case we miss the key people, you can get the product, the essential product from there. The last one is in the management of the process. The only thing, if passed by this committee, it is to make sure that that is followed. For every committee, they do their work, they report back, and I follow through. Now that the job will be concentrated in that area of managing that important process.
Thank you, through Chair. I'm satisfied.
Yes, Mheshimiwa Hussein Mande.
Thank you. With your permission, Mr. Chair. Mr. Agre Kinyalili Kamba. That's your name, eh?
Yeah, that's my name.
Yes. In the introduction part, you said that you are the last born of a family of 6,
yes,
isn't it? Now, having been the last born, do you know man's law theory?
Man's law?
Man's law theory.
Yes,
you.
Very much.
There's a pyramid. There is actualization.
Yes.
Now, can you also, in our county government now, that is Kitui County,
yes,
can you tell us the hierarchy, the hierarchical order from the governor cascading downwards, which of course will help you in smooth running of whatever you'll be doing?
Before the hierarchy question, Mheshimiwa, which theory are you talking about?
Mr. It also forms a pyramid like man's law theory. He answered. I want, Mr. Chair, I only wanted to know whether he knows man's law theory. And he, of course, that is hierarchy of needs.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and he said yes.
You are comfortable with the theory?
Yes, I'm very comfortable with the question.
Okay.
In fact, to answer the chair, the question, I was fearing you'll ask me at what level I am. But he made it easy for me. And in terms of the county government,
yes, so the governors, the highest, then the cascading downwards.
Yeah, it is the governor, then the deputy governor. In the absence of them, the speaker will take it up in terms of management of the county. And then, of course, when you talk about the speaker, there is now the deputy speaker and the honorable members. Then immediately after that, there is the CECs, and then we are there and the other staff. But the ultimate, in terms of hierarchy, is not even the governor. It is the people of Kitui. Those are the first people.
Sure. Through the chair, last, through the chair, last question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Agre.
Yes.
Do you refer yourself to be a youth or a young person? Which is which?
Okay, the chair, through the chair, even when I was, okay, I'm not a youth, but when I was a youth, I preferred to be called Amze, because when you are Amze, you will see what a youth will not see when Amze is seated, and a youth is on the top of a tree. I hope I have answered you.
Now that there is a lot of theft,
yes,
drugs are being stolen, yes, and most of them end up in private pharmaceuticals or private chemists. You will see them in the shelves. What will you do to curb this menace?
Through the chair, the first thing I said, and I think through the chair, the question had been asked by Daktari in another way. The first point of landing, it is KEMSA. And I tell you why. From where I was, when you supply to KEMSA, they put a special identifier on the product, like GOK, KEMSA, or KEMSA, not for sale. And you know, it is very illegal for somebody to undo a government. That one is a deterrent by itself. But now there are also other measures, which I said. One of them, it is to be points on. I said the department was very big. The CEO for the AOD. Now it has been divided. And I think in the mind of the governor, it is for the concentration, so that you can be there. Any process which is not managed, it is subject to all this, what you are talking about. The most important part, the moment we give service to our people, they will even be our watchmen. At that level, what they are dispensary. The moment, you know, now they don't, when they don't go to the health center because they know that there is no drug. But the moment they are there, and we have our people there, we have the village administrators, we have the ward administrators, we have even, there is a talk from governor in the governor's manifesto, there is a community, the volunteers, they will be working under in that environment. These people will be very important, give you information. So if passed, I'll develop a feedback mechanism where we can know what our customers are saying, what is happening on the ground, and it will help us. So we'll use a multi-sectoral, let me say that, approach. What has been put by the MOH, what we can do within our means, so that we make sure that our commodities are safe.
Mr. Chair, allow me also to thank the before us and wish him well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope members, you are done. Or there is any other question?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I've something.
Okay,
continue. Just
continue,
the nominee and the
Mheshimiwa.
very fast. Mr. Kinyalili, we have seen angry Kinyalili before this committee, very smiling. We have seen a professional Kinyalili before this committee, very experienced. Indeed, the governor would not have gotten a better person to take this position and to nominate for this position. Are we expecting to see another Kinyalili out there? Who is this Kinyalili outside the presence of the assembly, the sectoral committee, in the officialdom? Kinyalili is tall, Angry is very tall. Are we likely to see a Kinyalili working with a club in the offices, clubbing the officers because they are not doing their work? Or how do you relate out there? Thank you.
Chair, can I go ahead and answer? Yes. I'll start with what Honorable Member Mandia said. I'm still in the Masro at the bottom. So when you're bottom, I'm very interactive. And because we are serving, apart from even the position, in case you decide to give the position to me, I'm a human being. I'm a social being. That is what I want. You might find I'll be one of the most approachable person who can go a mile in terms of, because you are, though like your honorable members, you still in your social being. So in fact, I will want to make more friends in time outside the spheres of the work and also in the work, because when you have friends, you get so much information. In terms of dealing with the people, my style has been delegation. But when you delegate, I delegate, but I'm responsible. So I will build quite a number of them. In my career, I built so many managers. Some of them who call me boss, and then I start checking around who is the boss. So in working with our staff, we'll even mentor. I'll work in it. In fact, the most important, and I was expecting that question, how you intend to work with the other two members, the young team, which one of the things which I'll provide from the experience is mentorship, so that we can work as a team because we are looking at the same goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Bwana Kenyalili. Wish you well. God bless.
Thank you, honorable members, for that very good interactive session. Now, I want to give Mr. Kenyalili an opportunity to make your final remarks to this committee.
Oh, thank you so much. First of all, thank you for this opportunity, for making it very easy. Just like any other vetting or any interview, of course, I have enjoyed the interaction with you. If all goes well, and if God is on my side, if I become, we will work together to make sure that we serve our people very well. And then I think that is the most satisfying thing, because now having come from the other side of the corporate, when you make the profit, your director tell you thank you. But here, when you go and serve your people very well, and I pass through a village like Malalani, the other side, and the people can see what we have done, and they are thankful. I think that is more fulfilling than other thing. Otherwise, I'm very thankful for the opportunity to sit and be vetted by this important committee.
Thank you once more. Let me wish you well and inform you the committee will consider your submission and make appropriate recommendation on this process. Thank you once more. Remember to collect your original document and cross-check them as you leave. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just wait there for them to me. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so with your permission, I can take a leave.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay.
Vizuri.